Officer of the Council, ladies and gentlemen, could you please be upstanding to receive the Worshipful Mayor of Oldham, Metropolitan Borough Councillor Dr. Zaid Chauhan.
Before we start the meeting, could I ask all present, please treat everyone in this chamber with respect. Can I request Jean Hurston to come to the dais for a reflection?
We are continuing our series of reflections about the lived experiences of Oldham people. The media is currently filled with images of conflict and attacks on men and women and children living in the line of fire, particularly around Israel and Gaza. This is in addition to the debate about refugees and asylum seekers, immigration that is on almost every news bulletin. And of course, the conflict in Ukraine continues. It can be really hard to watch events unfold from the comfort of our own homes. Yet reality is that many people across the world are persecuted because of their beliefs and culture, and some have actually fled to this borough. Here is an anonymized story of a refugee family seeking asylum but now living in Oldham. The family had lived overseas. Husband, wife, 3 sons, in a home that they owned. He was a banker. They all enjoyed a good standard of living. The children attended an English private school. But all that changed overnight. And they told me of the moment that their home was attacked, targeted by an extremist group. The family were known to be practicing Christians. They escaped, running from their home in just the clothes that they wore and a few items that they could grab and carry. That was in May 2013. They came to the UK, where the Home Office directed them to Oldham. It was a place where they had no contacts, but it was most certainly a place of safety for them. They were placed in accommodation near Oldham Parish Church, where the family was made welcome. The church supported them practically, emotionally, and spiritually. After 5 years, they were officially given right to remain. The family say that they found the asylum process difficult and stressful. They recall that they escaped with nothing, but have since built a new life with help from statutory, community, and faith organisations. The media often suggests that those who escape persecution and come to the UK live happily ever after, in luxury, at the expense of the taxpayer. But the husband now works full-time in accountancy to support his family, using the skills that he had when he was abroad. Each member serves their community as a volunteer, even the children. The eldest son is looking ahead to a career in medicine, and the second eldest wants to be an engineer. They were given sanctuary here in Oldham and are now repaying the community that graciously welcomed them. The horrific memory of persecution and hatred for the sake of their beliefs cannot completely be erased, but they have learned to move on with hope. This is a real-life story from our own backyard, which may provide local insight as we try to process the images that we are witnessing in the Middle East. There is no direct comparison between our Oldham family's experiences and the extent of the atrocities in the Middle East, but it does give us food for thought. Our story tonight may help us to consider the impact that violence can have, not only on those who suffer the atrocity, but also on those who observe from afar via the TV, via social media, and we're thinking especially about our children and young people. So let us now take a moment to be silent, to reflect on the experiences of refugees and asylum seekers here in Oldham, and particularly on those of every faith, belief, culture and tradition who are in the midst of the conflict in Israel and Gaza. Our thoughts and prayers are for peace and an early resolution to the Middle East conflict. Amen.
Thank you very much, Jane. If members wish to remove their jackets, they may do so. Having said that, after consultation with our borough solicitors, you would not need these instructions in the future, so you can remove your jackets whenever you wish to do so in the future. But today I'm giving him a permission. May I remind members and members of the public that the meeting will be streamed live on a webcast from the Oldham Council's website. The Council has a commitment to conduct its full Council business in an environment that is welcoming, secure, and safe for members, employees, and visitors. It is important that meetings are conducted in a safe and fair manner. All persons present at meetings should be treated with courtesy and respect. This includes members of the public, elected members, employees, and visitors. Behaviors, language, or actions that impact public safety, cause disruption, or adjournment to the course of business at meetings are not acceptable. Members of the public are therefore asked to note that public meeting protocol, which is also available on the Council's website, and elected members are reminded to note the elected member protocol and of the members' code of conduct, which provides details. Let me try again. Can you hear me now? Thank you. Council website and elected members are reminded to note that elected member protocol and of the members' code of conduct, which provides details of expected principle of behaviors. Item 1, apologies. No member apologies received. Item 2, minutes. Is Council agreed that Council minutes from the meeting?
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move an amendment to the minutes of the meeting of November the 1st. It's a minor amendment, but I think it's an important one. In relation to item 5 in communications, the minutes should read Mr. Dave McGeely rather than Mr. Dave McGreely. Thank you.
Is Council in agreement? Thank you. So minutes are approved. Item 3, declaration of interest. Okay, take it as no. Are there any declaration of interest from the members in respect of matters to be determined by the Council at the meeting? So take it as no. Urgent business, not be notified of any urgent business. Communication relating to the business of the Council. I would like to inform members of the passing of former Councillor Elaine Joyce. Elaine served as a Councillor in Hollywood, I think, from 1991 to 95. And 1999 to 2002. Does any member wish to speak? Councillor Sykes?
Thank you, Madam. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
I know you have swapped the chair, but you should still remember. It's not Madam, it's Mr.
You'll excuse me, it's my first meeting as Leader of the Opposition again. I would like to speak about Elaine and pay tribute to her. She was a true public servant and a good champion for Hollingwood. Elaine served on the council from 91 to 95 and then again from 99 to 2002. She was a valued member of the Liberal Democrat group and somebody who could really always relied on. And if politicians in the room know what that's coded word for, it means me and her locked horns regularly on occasions, but came to a collective view where both appreciated others' views on such matters. During her time in the council, she was always a presence on Social Services Committee. She was a formal social worker, or you're always a social worker, I think. And Elaine was chair of the committee in 2001 when she and others from Oldham visited Belarus in support of children impacted by the Chernobyl disaster, something that happened many years ago, but the consequences of it are still with us today. Elaine was helping people long before she was a councillor and long afterwards too. Her and her husband David played a key role in the Lutheran Baptist Church and became one of the first churches in Oldham to get a youth centre, and at one time it had more than 200 members, and that was really down to Elaine and her husband David and their hard work. As people will know, because I spoke about it, her husband passed away in October, and they both enjoyed their retirement in Leyburn in Yorkshire, but were always asking what was going on in Hollingwood and in Oldham. In retirement, Elaine, you would have thought, would be the sort of person to put her feet up, but nothing like it. She went back to university and got a second degree. And I think that speaks volumes for what value she placed on education and continual improvement. Elaine and David had 3 daughters, 6 grandchildren and 3 grandchildren, and today my thoughts and those of our group are with them. At a difficult time, I hope they can take enormous comfort from the wonderful life Elaine led, for the countless lives across Oldham that Elaine and her husband David helped make just a little bit brighter. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Our thoughts are with the family. Please, can I ask for a minute of silence to pay our respect? Thank you. Apologies, Councillor Jabbar, I missed you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to follow from what Councillor Sykes said. From our group, I want to thank the former Councillor Elaine Jones for her service to Oldham Metropolitan Borough Council. She was a wonderful person. And the thing I remember about her is that she was always very high on details. Whenever she used to speak, she had a very clear voice, and she spoke with real passion about her constituents in Hollingwood. But what really impressed me, and the positive memory I have about her, was the detail that she used to bring to any contribution that she made to the council chamber. And it was very refreshing that sometimes we all speak and sometimes we're trying to get away with a subject that we don't know about, and we're trying to give the impression that we're expert at it. But I remember Elaine, whenever she spoke, she always used to have complete detail about any subject that she talked about. So on behalf of the Labour Group, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to send our condolences to the Lib Dem and also to her family for the service that she had done to this council. Is remembered, and we value what she brought to this chamber. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Sheldon, you indicated.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. On behalf of the Conservative Group, may I offer the sincere and deepest sympathy from our group to the family and friends of the former Councillor Elaine Jones. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon. In communication section, a response letter from the government further to the letter proposed at the last meeting has been circulated to the members. You can read letter yourself. Unfortunately, it does not mean anything. Unfortunately, while some of us will be celebrating Christmas and New Year, children will be still dying in Gaza. Our sympathy and thoughts are with families suffering. I also been informed that a new group has been established as outlined later on the agenda. The new group is called Oldham Group. Apologies if I've got it wrong, which is formed of Councillor Ghaffur, Councillor Wahid, and Councillor Farmer Conservative members, group members. Item 6, petitions. There are no petitions for this meeting of the Council to consider. Item 7, Youth Council. There is a Youth Council motion at this meeting. May I invite our Youth Council to come and speak?
Good evening. My name is Joey Legg and I am the Oldham Youth Councillor for Oldham North.
Good evening. My name is Demi and I am a member of Oldham Youth Council and the Children in Care Council. We on behalf of Oldham Youth Council are here today to ask you to urge our council officers, council departments and council partners to contribute to a noble cause that will benefit children across schools in Oldham. Our motion aims to address the issue of inadequate access to stationery and educational resources, which has a significant impact on the educational opportunities of our young people.
Acknowledging the importance of quality education in shaping the future of our community, it has come to our attention that a significant number of our pupils in Oldham face challenges in accessing essential stationery items required for their academic journey. Times Educational Supplement ran a survey in partnership with National Education Union, and out of 1,800 teachers, an alarming 94% resort to using their personal funds to purchase necessary equipment for their students. Also, according to a Unison survey of 6,672 of its members, showed that even though they were worried their pay would not cover spiralling living costs, more than 1 in 5, 23%, have used their own money to pay for pens and pencils for their students. This situation is a clear indication that children are not receiving support and funding they require to thrive academically. With current inflation rates and the cost of living crisis, this is only going to get worse.
With the council departments currently looking to move to Spindles, we felt that this would be a prime opportunity to take stock of any unused stationery. With everyone having calculator apps on their laptops or mobile phones, the office is becoming paperless. The need for pens, rulers and physical calculator has reduced. Our motion has 3 asks. Firstly, that the council officers and departments look at current levels of pens, pencils, rubbers, rulers and calculators, including logoed merchandise. If these are not required for the running of that department, to encourage officers to donate any surplus or unused stationery items.
Secondly, that the council requests that its partners, including MyoCare, Greater Manchester Police, NHS, Action Together, Positive Steps, OCL and the Fire Service, also donate any unused stationery and educational resources. Thirdly, to work with Oldham Youth Council to create packs containing essential stationery items and help us distribute them to schools. By supporting this motion, you can make a significant difference in the lives of our children and demonstrate our joint commitment to their educational success. It is essential that we work together to ensure that no child is left behind due to a lack of access to necessary educational resources such as a pen.
We hope we can count on the support and endorsement of all council members in passing this motion. In supporting what we consider a noble cause, you can make a difference in the lives of young people of Oldham and their academic careers. As we are repurposing existing resources, we see this as a low-cost, high-benefit opportunity in times of real need for Oldham's communities.
We propose that Oldham Council therefore resolves to ask the Chief Executive to write to all department heads asking that teams look at current stocks of pens, pencils, pencil sharpeners, rubbers, rulers and calculators, including packaged merchandise and any items not required for the running of that department, to be donated and used to create packs that can be distributed to students most in need. Ask the Chief Executive to write to partners including MyoCare, Greater Manchester Police, LHS, Action Together, Positive Steps, OCL and Greater Manchester Fire Service to ask that they donate any unused stationery. Work with Oldham Youth Council to create packs containing essential stationery items and help us distribute them to schools.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for bringing such an important issue here. Please take a seat. I've been notified Councillor Mushtaq wants to speak.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Demi, Joey, well done. You managed it without laughing at. Can I thank the Youth Council for their continued hard work and dedication to improving the lives of their peers and continuing to work with us. Can I also thank the fantastic team that supports our young people, Jodie and the team sat behind her. Mr. Mayor, how sad is it that the Youth Council have had to make poverty and the cost of living crisis their priorities? And as you know, Mr. Mayor, the Youth Council are not influenced by any political party. And if you spend some time with them, you'll see that the colour of your rosette doesn't affect their scrutiny of your work, which is exactly how it should be. Mr. Mayor, I'll come back to the young people in a minute. I just want to pick out what the motion highlights about the amazing teachers and non-teaching school staff in our schools in Oldham and across the country. The National Education Union, which does a fantastic job in supporting our teachers, showed from their survey that 94% of teachers resort to using their personal funds for equipment. And Unison, another important support for our teachers, show that 6,672 of its members have used their own money for stationery, despite struggling with the cost of living. Mr. Mayor, our fantastic teachers and staff, for whom this clearly isn't just a 9-to-5 job, should not have to be putting their hands in their own pockets for stationery in 21st century Britain. I'd like to thank every teacher, school leader and non-teaching staff member for their unwavering commitment in the face of such adversity. Mr. Mayor, our children and young people, through this motion, have displayed a level of understanding that has been lost on the government. While sad in many ways, this also fills me with hope, because it's today's young people that will be tomorrow's leaders and decision makers. It fills me with sadness and hope that they are seeing teachers having to support their education with their own money while supporting their own families. But the hope supersedes the sadness because, whilst the government continues to target the very people it is meant to protect, it is inadvertently creating a new generation of socially aware, principled, intelligent, caring, compassionate and driven young people who are determined to bring about the positive change they themselves have identified. I'm proud to be a part of a council that creates the conditions for that to happen. And of course, we will support your motion. Keep up the fantastic work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Bush.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I rise to second the Youth Council motion, and I'd like to thank the Youth Council for bringing this important issue to our attention for pupils, students and teachers. As a tutor myself in FE and adult education, I fully understand the scarcity of essential stationery items in education, and have built up a personal supply of items to support education and classroom activities myself. At a time where families are struggling to provide the basic essentials of food, heat and a roof over their heads, items for study are placed low down on the list of priorities for households, and educators, generally being caring and benevolent people, are willing to support their students from their own pockets to ensure that they're able to learn effectively and have all the equipment they need to support their studies. This shouldn't be the case. This Conservative government's to blame for the lack of resources in education. An independent report commissioned by Unison has reported that revenue funding for schools has fallen by 4%, from £7,274 per pupil in 2010-11 to £6,982 per pupil in 2022-23. That's not kept up with inflation. I support the resolutions put forward by the Youth Council, and I urge my fellow councillors to do that too. And I pledge you my personal assistance in creating and distributing your stationery packs to the pupils that most need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bush. Councillor Harkness.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So I rise to second this motion. So as a teacher myself, I have also given out stationery to students, and I think it is getting worse in schools, and that is, you know, more and more young people are finding it more difficult to have things like stationery. But not only that, some schools are looking at, you know, giving out free PE kits, trainers, and finding ways to give them uniform and lots of things. And schools do lots of things. And there's like community hubs as well now, as not just educators, because a lot of social services have been cut. And I think one of the other things that some of the reports recently around that some of the most deprived schools have had in the last 10 years probably a real terms cut more than double. And the pupil premium, which is the top-up funding for some of the most deprived students, they reckon that that's been devalued by about 14% since 2015, and it's also harder now. There's less people eligible for that as well, but there's actually more people who are being affected by the cost of living crisis. So I think anything we can do to help with things like stationery and stuff, I think needs to be welcome, because schools, it's not. You know, schools are really struggling, and they do try and give everything they can almost to the students and find ways and cunning ways, working with, you know, we've worked with like charities and foundation trusts at our school to try and sort of get extra things for students. But obviously there is limits, and there's, you know, prices, costs for schools are going up, funding isn't. You know, unfunded sort of pay rises and things like that, and all the things that schools pay for, electricity, energy and stuff, is just going up as well. And some schools, you know, we've heard stories in the press last winter where people were having to sort of, young people were having to wear coats and things in schools, or some schools finishing a little bit earlier because they can't keep the heating on. So these things shouldn't be happening. But, you know, a kid not being able to have a pen in school, it's just ridiculous, and we need to do everything we can. So we support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Bashford.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and of course that's, I'll support the motion. Just on behalf of the MyOK board, I'll make sure that we get whatever we can for you, and I'll have it delivered to the Mayor's office before the start of the Christmas break. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bashford. Councillor Arnott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you very much to the Youth Council for bringing this motion. I think it's a very good idea that you take a practical step by running a ring around, for want of a better phrase, and you know, all these big organisations like myself and Councillor Bashford both sit on the board of MyOK. I'm sure I've got stuff stashed in cupboards as every other organisation across Oldham. It's a great idea to take a practical step and bring them in, then see if we can redistribute them. The disappointment is that especially the Labour front bench used the opportunity of the Youth Council's motion to make pre-rehearsed, pre-scripted political points on their party's behalf. Thank you, Mr
Mayor. Thank you very much. Before I ask council members, do they agree with motion? I said before I ask, I need your attention. So, Youth Council members came here with very, very specific ask, and I heard great speeches and some practical offer of help from Councillor Birch and Councillor Bashford. I think what will be really good for this council to get a feedback in a few months' time and saying what we have done. Because there's no point of asking young people to rehearse, come here, and then we all do the great speeches, promise things, promise the world, and then we never ever hear back from them what actually changed. So may I suggest that relevant cabinet member in 3 to 4 months' time come back and updates this chamber and saying what was done and what was achieved. Would members agree to that? Okay, so do members agree with motion? Thank you very much. Thank you very much to both of you. Well done. Item 8, public questions. So we have 15 minutes. This part of agenda is public questions, where council will consider all questions submitted in the order received. Once this time limit expires, no further questions will be asked. There is no right of reply to answer given. I will be reading out the question. If the time limit has expired and a member of the public has submitted a question, the response will be published on the Council's website. The first question has been received from Pat Haley. Please could the Council give serious thoughts to the sitting and funding, including maintenance of 2 AEDs automated external defibrillator in the 2 of borough's largest parks, Tender Hill Park, Brighton, and Alexandra Park, Oldham. Both of these parks have a heavy footfall and are used for sporting events as well as walking, running, and cycling. If only one life is saved, then they will be worth every penny. The longer a person goes without effective CPR and defibrillator, the less likely they are to survive. You can make a difference. Please help to save lives. I call upon Councillor Brownish to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I can confirm that there is a defibrillator, which is quite hard to say, in Alexandra Park, but it's in the main office, so it was presented by a local family, but it is only available at the moment when the office is open, which is between 7:30 and 5 o'clock. However, we will ensure that any groups or events using the park outside those hours are aware of where it is and will have access to it in an emergency. We don't have a defibrillator at Tandle Hill Park, and we don't have a budget for providing one, but I have asked my council teams to explore for the options to see if it is possible to have one there in line with our community defibrillator policy. So we will have an update on that in due course. But we would stress that we do welcome contributions from the private sector or local businesses or families if they want to help supply and maintain these defibrillators. And I would like to ask Pat Haley commend her because she's been working really hard on this. I've been having correspondence with her for some considerable time and she's really committed. So I can guarantee we will do our best to do what we can to fulfil her wishes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Apologies, I know it's not on script, but can I also say thank you to Pat Haley. She came to see me, tirelessly working for such an important cause. And may I also request, I know the councillors do have their ward budgets and things, if they would consider finding the right place to install those defibrillators, fund them, and also most importantly, registering them with Northwest Ambulance Service. I think as a council, we all also owe an apology to Pat Haley, who in one of the last meetings was asked to use the stairs and was not given the opportunity to use the lift. I have apologized to her on the behalf of council, but would like to publicly offer apology again. The next question has been received from Megan Marshall. What are you doing to support our businesses across the borough to ensure our people and economy thrive? I call upon Councillor Fida Hussain to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I thank Megan for her question? It is a long-winded answer, and I'll ask you to bear with me, Mr. Mayor. There are a range of things that we are doing at the moment in support of businesses in the borough. This ranges from direct business support aimed at helping businesses to start up, grow, and invest in the borough through a series of physical regeneration projects that will provide the foundations for the businesses, people, and our economy to thrive. The direct support includes general business advice, guidance, sector-specific support, workforce development, access finance, digital and low-carbon support. All of this support is underpinned by a variety of engagement events and comms activity to ensure that businesses know how to access the support that's on offer. Furthermore, the Council also works in close partnership with GMCA Growth Company to broker in a support available at regional level for businesses where applicable. In addition to this, there are a series of physical projects aimed at supporting our businesses, people and economy to thrive. These include plans for a renewed purpose for Oldham Town Centre as a creative place with a vibrant nighttime and culture economy, more jobs and homes, including redevelopment of the Spindles to include a new market, retail place, office and events place, a new performance and theatre space in Oldham and for Oldhamers, development of the Green Shoots business which Jabbar takes responsibility for, to business growth in the emerging green tech sector. Furthermore, in addition to the above, we are also trying to support our businesses, our people, and the economy by increasing the amount of council spends within local companies and suppliers, delivering a more ambitious, proactive approach to places and marketing, supporting businesses to recruit residents through our range of Get Oldham Working initiative. Finally, developing a new employment and skills strategy, Oldham Skills Plan for the whole borough. And if I can add, supporting the development of Atom Valley, which will create over 20,000 jobs, Mr. Mayor, supporting local companies to innovate and get opportunities as part of a package of supply chain opportunities. And if I can add, Mr. Mayor, if this could be emailed to the questioner so that she's got full details.
Thank you very much,
Thank you.
Hussain. The next question has been received from Corner Green. What are we doing to ensure our children and young people are getting the best possible education and employment opportunities? I call upon Councillor Mohan Ali to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Mr. Green for his question. This year, we saw significant system-wide improvements in the early years education and skill landscape in Oldham, and we are equally ambitious for next year. In recent times, we supported the opening of the Brian Clark Academy as part of our trust, which has the best secondary attainment outcomes in the borough. From the early data, the progression of the children at the Year 7 and Year 8 is looking really promising. I am very hopeful that it will produce some of the best results in Oldham. The approval of the Eton Star Sixth Form College will add 240 high-quality places each year from 2026. We have prioritised attendance as the foundation of positive outcomes. With lots of work going on in this area with the schools, the impact can be seen in the improvement in our absence rates across the system. We have improved outcomes for children and young people at all stages of the educational journey, Key Stage 4, Key Stage 2 and in early years, setting the stage for further improvements over the coming years. Whilst our improving outcomes of free school meal children show that we are helping to improve social mobility, we are ambitious for all our most vulnerable children and young people. The second part of Mr. Green's question is about employment. As chair of the Employment and Skills Board, I have identified young people's employment as a priority area, and there are lots of plans in place. Just a few months ago, on behalf of the administration, I tasked the council to organise the Young People's Careers events, bringing young people and employers under one roof, which was a successful event attended by 450 people. And we will not stop there. We will look at options to rerun the career event again in 2024, building on the success from the previous one, and we'll always be relentless in seeking to link our residents with jobs and opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next question has been received from Shadab Kumar. I can see all the work taking place in the town centre. Can I ask the cabinet member when we will see it starting to make a difference to people's lives? When will homes be ready and new cultural offer be used? I call upon Councillor Shah to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I thank Mr. Kumar for his question. So our communities, residents and businesses are at the heart of everything that we do. Our town centre regeneration scheme is not just about creating a better place. We're absolutely determined to create opportunities for our residents, our communities, and for future generations. Regenerating Oldham is, of course, about improving our town. It's about making it a great place to live, work, and get on in life. But there's another hugely important aspect to what we're doing and why we're doing it. We're creating decent, well-paid jobs and apprenticeships for people when they need them the most. Because of our regeneration activity, 72 Oldhamers now have new jobs created as a direct result of the projects being delivered, and that's just the beginning, Mr. Mayor. We're keeping money in the borough too, with over £24 million being spent with local suppliers and businesses, and that goes from everything from plants to pipes. Oldham, Mr. Mayor, is facing one of the biggest housing crises. This project, along with others we're working on, is starting to deal with this, ensuring local people have access to decent and quality homes. We are delighted to have entered a long-term delivery partnership with award-winning developer Muse Places, who have a strong track record of delivery and share a joint ambition to build up to 2,000 much-needed new homes in the town centre over the course of the initial 15 years of the agreement. We had our first partnership board meeting a couple of weeks ago, and it was really productive, and I'm glad to see that lots of hard work has already progressed. Work is already underway in drawing up proposals for the first 3 sites: the former Sports Centre, former Magistrates Court and Civic Centre, which will also involve extensive public consultation next year. The outcome of the public consultation will then feed into the proposals ahead of formal planning applications being submitted. And in parallel with that
you're
process...
out of time, concession.
Oh, okay. In parallel with the process, site preparation works will be taking place next year so that building new homes can commence in 2025. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
The next question has been received from Daniel Rashid. The impact of the Don't Trash Oldham campaign is evident in the area I live in. It's much cleaner and the back alleys are so much better. What will be done to make sure it stays this way and does not go backwards? Also, some areas keep getting back again, and what will be done about this, please? Regarding putting cameras in alleyways, I call upon Councillor Goodwin to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Mr. Rashid for his question and the feedback about the success of Don't Trash Oldham campaign. We recognise that the challenge around keeping the borough clean is continuous, and we're working closely with residents and ward members to ensure that our communities are proud of where they live and actively take part in helping to ensure the areas stay clean and tidy to ensure the success achieved through Don't Trash Oldham over the last 2 years is maintained. Moving forward, engagement with local communities remains a priority, and our resources focus on persistent and criminal fly tippers, taking legal action where appropriate. To help with this process, we are bidding for additional funding, which, if successful, will support the purchase of additional cameras, which we will place at suitable locations to deter fly tipping and to catch those responsible.
Thank you very much. The next question has been received from Ghazal Rana. Having worked in the care sector for most of my life and knowing the challenges faced by the sector because of the lack of funding, can the Cabinet member please tell me how Oldham Council are managing to provide the care needed under these circumstances? I call upon Councillor Brownridge to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ms Rana is quite right about the pressures on social care brought about by, it's a demand-led service and there's increasing demand because people are living longer, but they're living longer with complex needs, which increases the cost of the care they need. This is exacerbated by the cost of living crisis, which has increased the cost of care, particularly in residential settings. And of course, the government has totally failed to actually come up with an answer to this. So every council in the country is really struggling with this as an issue. Now, having said that, in Oldham, we appreciate that adult social care is one of the biggest spending departments. So, but we have a duty under the Care Act to ensure that we provide the best quality service possible. And we do this by a number of ways. So we review the fees we pay to our care providers. We talk to them about their actual cost and do the best we can to meet those costs. We look at cost of living prices increase and the cost of the increased wages that have just gone up quite rightly. We verify the quality of the service provided. We meet regularly with our stakeholders to talk through how they're doing, including the Northern Care Alliance and Health Watch, to share information. But I think one of the main things we've done is we're actually looking to change how we deliver care. And I have to pay real tribute to our staff. We've actually changed completely the way they work, and they're delivering real benefits by doing that. So it's about focusing, resident first focus, keeping people safe, secure and well in their own homes, and that will be the best way. But the bottom line is, without proper funding for this service cannot continue, and it will break. It's teetering across the country. It will break down completely unless the funding's addressed properly. But we are doing the best we can, and we're doing a good job in the circumstances. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We are running out of time. I will take one more question as it's really very important. The next question has been received from Carl Bosley. In light of recent concerns about the accuracy of financial information provided to Oldham residents by Councillor Abdul Jabbar, Oldham Finance Lead regarding the total debt and debt interest. I would like to request that Finance Lead addresses this matter in the next council meeting. Can the Finance Lead clarify the discrepancies and reassure residents about the accuracy of the future financial reporting? Furthermore, does the Finance Lead plan to resign in light of these concerns? I call upon Councillor Jabbar to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank Mr. Barsley for his question. It's hard for me to respond properly because I do not know what Mr. Bartley is exactly referring to. But anyway, you know, what was really, I was quite alarmed by the idea that I actually misspoke at the last council meeting. So, Mr. Mayor, I actually asked my team to, I asked my finance team to actually look at what I said, and the information that I provided at the last meeting is correct. There's no inaccuracy at all. That's been, and then furthermore, Mr. Mayor, the information that I gave at the last meeting was actually presented on the 31st of October at the Audit Committee meeting, and we also got an agenda item, item 16, and if you look at page 159, the same information is there. So I remain satisfied that I have fulfilled my duty as a finance lead as regarding reporting financial matters accurately, and as much as it would bring pleasure to Mr. Bardley and the Oldham Conservative Group, I'm not resigning. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. We'll move on to item 9, reports of the leader and cabinet member. At a group leaders meeting, it was proposed that the time limit in the council procedure rules to be extended and varied for the meeting so that there are 10 minutes for the questions for leader from the group leaders and 10 minutes for the section on the portfolio responsibilities. Does council agree to this? I need to ring a friend. Sorry, just because of the musical chairs, I need to make sure that I give opportunity to the right person to ask the 2 questions. So, Councillor Sykes.
Thank you.
Your first question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My first question is about something that's also later on the agenda. I think it's important to ask a question about it now. It's almost 18 months since the publication of the new Summer Ridgeway report into historical child safeguarding failures in Oldham. The harrowing accounts of victims detailed in its pages are the most shameful and disturbing thing probably I've ever read in my time on this council. The report's findings are deeply shocking and angered many people in Oldham. What still shocks and angers people 18 months later is the failure of those in positions of authority and trust to be held to account. Those whose responsibility was to safeguard and protect the vulnerable, those who could have stepped in to prevent harm, and those whose job it was to stop and prosecute the criminals. These are not just shortcomings or lessons to be learned. These are unforgivable failings, and unforgivable failings deserve consequences. So 18 months on, I want to ask the leader if she thinks there have been any consequences for those who have failed children in Oldham. 18 months on from the report, how many officers from Greater Manchester Police have faced disciplinary action and how many officers are still in post? 18 months on from the report, how many from social services, licensing and elsewhere in Oldham Council from that time have faced disciplinary action and how many are still in post? Councillors, members of the public and those directly impacted by this deserve a detailed answer to these questions. Anything else is not acceptable, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to welcome the leader of the main opposition, who's always used that heading in his signatory, has now been actually honoured that position, so I can understand he's really excited today. That's why he's used his first opportunity as main opposition leader to talk about something that we all take very seriously and we understand the consequences of, and we've all had that shared concern that the right thing is done by those people who suffered in a really tragic way. So We know that the independent assurance review into historic safeguarding practice made clear that historic social care practice in relation to the CSC cases they looked at was not acceptable, and that opportunities to tackle the issue and to support the victims were missed as a result. We all know that and we understand that. Since that time, practice and understanding around the issue of CSC, how to prevent it, how to tackle it and how to support survivors is something that we on review significantly, robustly, and make sure that we get right. However, in the years since those terrible events, staff have undergone a huge amount of training to improve practice, so today's practice is thankfully not comparable with that being delivered in the past. Most recently, we used the findings of the assurance review to provide additional training and instruction to staff from across children's social care. I won't have the specific details of the disciplinaries, or if there is any, Mr. Mayor, across GMP or anywhere else. But I will provide and see if that information is available and contact GMP. It's not a question for me that. In terms of like our own staff or anybody else, I'd be really surprised if any of those were here today. If they are still, I wouldn't have that information now. Actually, that information and that time and when we were dealing with all them cases in the review were way before my time, but they were at the time of like when the main leader of the opposition was here and was in fact leader of the council at that time, but I will provide him that information. Thank you.
Councillor Sykes, your second question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I welcome the Leader's assurance that we'll seek that information and share it as and when we've got it. My second one tonight is another important issue in this borough, and that's about Oldham Coliseum Theatre that has been failed time and time again. In 2013, proposals for a new building fell through. In 2019, the same happened again. And in 2022, a third set of plans reduced the options to a much smaller 260-seat theatre, down from the Bottom Street capacity of 550. One of which would not open until 2026. There have been now 10 wasted years and a window to do something to protect the Bottom Street venue and its 135-year history, which was slammed shut at the start of this year when the Arts Council pulled the rug out from under the Coliseum. A decade of missed opportunities from the government and from the Labour Council have brought us to this situation. Earlier, the then leader of the council, Amanda Cheriton, said that the Bottom building was at the end of its life. But a report commissioned in September by the Board of Trustees clearly concludes that this is not the case. According to inspectors, the Bottom site is not beyond repair and could be used again. Does the leader not think it would be best to invest in making Bottom Street fit for purpose rather than run the much greater risk of losing Coliseum performances for good? And given there is now professional evidence which makes it clear that Bottom Street is not beyond repair, it's clear that the administration either took bad advice on the state of the building or was economical with the facts when it came to the cost and feasibility of the repairs. Which is it, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sykes, for your question. At the last meeting of the full council, and indeed in my first meeting of the full council as leader, I gave my absolute commitment that we would listen to the voices of local people on this issue. All the council has ever done is to provide the future venue for the Coliseum that they told us they needed and that they wanted. We've recently had meetings with the new Coliseum board to review our plans and the feedback we've received on them from the public and the arts sector, and those meetings have been incredibly positive. We've reviewed practice, I think, as discussed. You've opened this conversation with the Coliseum, and we've listened to that too, and discussions are ongoing. The former chief executive of the Coliseum also said it was at the end of its life this year, so it wasn't just us. And the report actually, Mr. Mayor, when you look at it in detail, does talk about different things, and one to reopen and another to rebuild to support theatre into coming years. So we will continue to have them conversations. I don't think anybody was misled. I think it was unfortunate that we were in the position that we were, but actually we do understand the strength and the feeling towards the Coliseum, and that's why them conversations are ongoing. And I made a personal commitment to do and act upon what residents want and to do the best thing given the difficult financial circumstances that we are in. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sheldon, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the shocking news stories regarding dog attacks recently and the addition of the XL bully dogs onto the banned breeds list, now seems an appropriate time to encourage responsible ownership of dogs. It is important to stress that the vast majority of dog owners are law-abiding, responsible owners who look after man's best friend. Unfortunately, there are those who choose to ignore the rules, not keeping the dogs under control around other dogs and other people. Sadly, there are those who do not even care for their pets in a humane way. Far too frequently we see stories of neglect and abuse of pets, which are heartbreaking to see, especially to those who cherish and adore their own pets. With Christmas on the way, and some will be considering buying a dog or other pet as a Christmas present, will the leader join me in encouraging responsible ownership and reminding people that a dog and other animals are for life and not just for Christmas? Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Sheldon, for your question. And yes, I will join you in doing that.
Thank you.
Okay. Please, can we Councillor Hobbin.
Freedom of expression, Mr. Mayor. I'm sure there's no issue with having a flag.
I've been advised, please, can I continue with the meeting? I've been advised that it's not illegal to have the flag, hence I cannot stop from someone.
Mr. Mayor,
I appreciate it. I'm really sorry.
Mr. Mayor, the Palestinian flag is not anti-Semitic.
I don't think. Sorry, I'm not.
Anti-Semitic.
Come on, guys. Please, we need to continue with the meeting. Sorry. If it was illegal, I would have removed. Please, thank you. Councillor Hobbin, would you like to ask your question?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. While it's not illegal, I do think it's inappropriate in this chamber to have one flag up. I do.
I think that's, Councillor Hobbin, with all respect to you, that's your subjective personal feeling. I appreciate that. Would you like to ask your question?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I will ask my question, but I do think it's disgraceful.
Would you like to withdraw your words, because this is not illegal to have a flag? Please.
But I don't think it's right.
I'm asking you, would you like to withdraw your words, please?
I will retract it, but I don't think it's right.
Okay. It's not disgraceful, sir. It's not illegal. Apologies. No one is threatening you. If I feel that anyone is threatening you,
Mr. Mayor,
move on that side.
Mr. Mayor,
please take a seat. You've not been asked to stand up yet.
Mr. Mayor, I've asked for a point of order.
There's no point of order on this. Councillor Craig, we both know there's no point of order on this. What should be removed? What is a good governance?
If this is causing disruption to the meeting, then that should be removed.
The person who's causing disruption to the meeting should be removed.
Councillor Quigg.
It's not. Please, Councillor Hobbin, would you like to ask your question, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. According to an article in the Arts People published in August, Oldham Council are awarding Oldham Coliseum Theatre Limited over £860,000 over the next 3 years. Approximately £588,000 in year one, made up of £450,000 from Arts Council money and the rest from the council budget. This is the same amount that was awarded previously from the council budget. Can the leader advise what this money is to be used for, and if there's a programme of events, and also has any of the money been transferred yet? I understand it's a deep question, so it might need a written answer.
Councillor Chair.
So I struggled to hear the question, but it was around funding from the Arts Council, is that right? And how was it spent? Is it okay if you repeat the question? I didn't hear it.
Yeah, due to disruption, I have extended the question time for 5 minutes to make sure that all the group leaders have opportunity to ask questions.
In light of the disruption and in light of the length of the question, I will submit it in paper, in writing.
Thank you. I really appreciate that, Councillor Hoping. Thank you.
Councillor Hayes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As everyone knows, the lack of affordable housing across the borough is a major issue. Superficially, at least, house builders are required to provide a certain number of affordable homes in relation to the overall size of the development. However, it is a little known fact that in certain circumstances, house builders do not have to provide affordable homes, providing they pay the council the equivalent amount for the council to spend on affordable homes elsewhere, as was the case in a recent approved planning application in Failsworth. So I ask the leader, how much is currently in the kitty and what mechanisms are in place to ensure the monies and thus affordable homes will be distributed fairly across the borough? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Haynes, for your question. The detail and the technicalities I will provide in a written response, and I hope that's agreeable with Councillor Haynes. In regards to affordable homes, I agree entirely that should be a fair and proportionate amount, but we have a local plan and housing strategy that outlines where we want those affordable homes, and I would encourage Councillor Haynes and other people to contribute to that consultation as it's up. Thank you.
Councillor Ghaffur, would you like to ask your question?
I don't have a question. I'll take it easy, Councillor Shah, this time.
Thank you. Councillor Shah, would you like to present your report?
Thank you. So, thanks, Mr. Mayor. And I won't go through every inch of the report because I'm going to assume that members have read it fully, ready to scrutinise it. But I do want to start off with a couple of things that aren't in the report itself, and that's only due to the need to publish this a week in advance to give members the time to fully digest it. So we couldn't include that we've successfully just recently received £237,000 from the High Street Accelerator Fund to boost Oldham's nighttime economy with a particular focus on Yorkshire Street and Union Street. The timescales involved in this funding works really well with our town centre regen plans, specifically the Tommyfield Market move and the opening of the new event space at Spindles. This money is specifically to accelerate, as the name suggests, our plans to create a vibrant nighttime economy with the end goal of reaching purple flag status, which is an accreditation for town centre standards of excellence in managing the evening and the nighttime economy. The project will be overseen with a dedicated group of members of the Oldham Town Centre Board, which will shape and direct this with the support of the council as we look to recruit a dedicated evening and nighttime economy manager. Once again, the fact that we've been awarded this funding, one of only 10 places in the country, shows me that central government believe in our plans to create an Oldham Town Centre where businesses and communities thrive. I'm also really grateful for the support of the Greater Manchester Nighttime Economy Advisor and co-creator of the Warehouse Project and Park Life Festival, Sasha Lord, for his backing of this scheme. He actually came to visit Oldham this week, and we discussed plans and how we could move that on. Moving on to the details of the report, I won't steal all Councillor Jabbar's thunder because I know he's planning to talk about the autumn statement when he gives his report later on, but I did want to touch on how welcome it was that Atom Valley has been allocated investment zone status with a particular focus on advanced manufacturing and materials, which will hopefully really benefit the scheme. I know myself, the leader of Rochdale, Councillor Neil Emmett, and the leader of Bury, Councillor Eamon O'Brien, and the Mayor of Greater Manchester are really excited about the potential Atom Valley has, because we know that if we get this right, Mr Mayor, it has the potential to create 20,000 high-skilled and high-paying jobs across the 3 sites in the north-east of Greater Manchester. And there's no reason why the Frantis or the Platt brothers of the future can't sprout up and succeed from Atom Valley. We had our first strategic partnership board meeting with Muse Places in late November. Although we're still in the early days of this 15-year partnership, I am really impressed at how much this matters to Muse already and how much work has already begun. As the report says, Oldhamers will begin to see movement in the next few months as works begin on the 3 main sites, which is the Civic Centre site, the former Magistrates' Court, and the old Leisure Centre site. Muse have already taken time to get to know Oldham, and I'm not sure whether most people are aware, but they've recently set up a partnership with Oldham College to ensure the jobs and opportunities created as part of our town centre regeneration projects will go to young people from Oldham. It will specifically open up opportunities for college students that are studying T-levels in design, planning and surveying, and I look forward to meeting the young people who will benefit from those opportunities. A real key element to this is obviously moving out of this civic centre that we're in today. And I'm pleased to confirm that we're on track with this, and staff will begin to move into Spindle offices in February and March, allowing us to get cracking and properly transform the fabric of our town centre by building 2,000 new homes and a brand new park. But it's not all about the town centre, Mr Mayor. Work has started on the first of our 2 district plans to be able to focus on projects that matter to residents in the neighbourhoods that they live. The 2 districts are West, which as members know is Chadderton North, South, Central and Werneth wards, chosen because of the recently announced £20 million in the Levelling Up for Chadderton, and work to develop networks in the business community. And North district, chosen because of the quality bus transit corridor that runs through much of the district and the work to develop those networks and business communities that have been going on over the last 12 months, and because residents have rightfully been lobbying members, including myself, about the future of Royton's precinct. We've held successful business networking events in Royton, both at Matzo's and at Latics Event Centre, as part of Frank Rothwell's ongoing series of business breakfasts. And Mr Mayor, if I could just take this opportunity to plug Frank's attempt to break records yet again, as he set off now to row across the Atlantic in the hope of breaking his own record.
Sir, you're running out of time. Sorry, I know I will be right at the back bench after me.
You are being very strict, but very fair, just as
I know I will
expect,
be right at
Mr.
the
Mayor.
back bench after my Mayor Leah, but we are running out of time.
But no, thank you. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
So we have been, I know some members have submitted questions in advance, but there's no real requirement to submit the question in advance. So I will take questions as needed to make sure that it's balanced and everyone gets opportunity. So, Councillor Sykes.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My question to the portfolio holder tonight is in the light of Mayor Burnham's recent announcement, very recent, on the clean air zone. Does the leader think it's appropriate that cameras put in place for the original zone should be handed over to Greater Manchester Police without proper scrutiny or consultation? Would they not be better put to use if the council repurposed them for safer streets initiatives and speeding and saving people's lives? And how does the combined authority plan to recoup the more than £3 million plus spent putting up clean air zone signs, which have turned out never to be needed, and it will need to find even more cash, which will then be needed to remove them? How much money, public money, has been wasted exploring unwanted and undeliverable versions of the clean air zone, only for the scheme to be scaled back at the 11th hour to something it should have been in the first place? Not to mention the stress and distress the original scheme caused to small business and particularly the self-employed. And does she not agree with me that there has been a significant lack of political oversight of this key excuse me, Mr Mayor, Greater Manchester project? And can we be assured it will not happen again with future transport schemes across the conurbation? Thank you, Mr
Humble
Mayor.
request, if we use questions as questions, we will get more questions through. So, Councillor Shah, hopefully you will have a brief answer. It's a speech, Councillor Sykes, not a question.
Albeit, I'd like to thank Councillor Sykes for his question. Before I answer properly, I just want to flag with you that the clean air sits in Councillor Jabbar's portfolio. But that being said, I can confirm, Councillor Sykes, that Oldham is supporting proposal for an investment-led clean air plan as one of the 10 Greater Manchester authorities, and we heard that today. If this is agreed at the GM Air Quality Admin Committee on the 20th of December, the proposal will be submitted to the government before Christmas for their consideration. This proposal involves the government investing into the zero-emission buses across GM, as well as offering assistance to taxi owners to replace any non-compliant vehicles that are licensed in Greater Manchester. We can evidence that this investment will reduce the pollution levels to below the legal limit across Greater Manchester without the need for the charging zone, and it is this approach that we hope the government approves and funds. With regards to your question regarding the cameras, there will be another period of public consultation where the future of the cameras will be considered in detail once Greater Manchester has had full formal government feedback on its clean air plan following the submission of this additional evidence. In terms of the funding, all the funding provided for the signage and the cameras as part of the previous proposal came from central government, and therefore any decisions regarding signage and future use of the cameras will be made in consultation with government after their feedback on the Greater Manchester investment-led clean air plan. It had nothing to do with the Mayor or the leaders of the 10 authorities. It was government. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor McLaren, you indicated. I hope your question is question.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate that there have already been several references this evening to this particular point, but I wonder if the leader could provide an update on the steps being taken with colleagues from Rochdale Council and the GMCA to ensure that Stake Hill becomes a vital part of the Atom Valley investment zone. Thank you.
Councillor Shah.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor McLaren for his question. For those who may not be aware, Atom Valley is a hugely significant economic growth package of 3 sites in the northern eastern area of Greater Manchester. So that includes the Northern Gateway site between Bury and Rochdale, Kingsway site in Rochdale, and importantly for Oldham, an extension of the Stake Hill site, which crosses the boundary of both Oldham and Rochdale. But I'm really pleased that over the last 12 months, Oldham Council has been working closely with Rochdale Council and other partners like Transport for Greater Manchester and the Greater Manchester Combined Authority to bring forward the various packages of work needed to develop the Stake Hill site. So this includes the in-depth analysis of transport connectivity to make sure that all residents will have the ability to access the jobs that are available at these sites, and for local businesses to connect for supply chains and contract awards. This work will also help to identify the infrastructure needed to make sure that the site can be developed in an appropriate and timely manner. And I was pleased to see the recognition of the strategic importance of Atom Valley by the government through the recent allocation of the investment zone status with a focus of advanced manufacturing materials. I strongly believe that all 3 sites across Atom Valley and the whole of Greater Manchester will benefit from the allocation of the investment zone, and I'm pushing to go as fast as possible so we can reap the benefits as soon as possible. But we're working closely with the Mayor, Rochdale, Bury, to take levelling up into our own hands. And Atom Valley is about creating the landscape for the next industrial revolution. It's about creating the opportunity for the Ferrantes and the Platt brothers of the future to sprout up and to succeed. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Last question, Councillor Craig.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The last council meeting, Councillor Shah I raised with the issue of the write-down in value of the Fitnell housing site. Councillor Taylor did give me the Cabinet report on that. However, more questions were raised than were answered, especially given that the value of the site for the council was reduced by just shy of £2 million sterling. And there was a 39% decrease in the value of the land subsequent to the actual valuation in 2020 in March 2023. Given the value of the land at the Hertford Mill site increased overnight by at least £2 million sterling, given that land prices have gone up, housing prices have gone up, why is it council assets seem to be sold off cheaply in certain areas, or given away, or given to people who might be beneficial to the council, instead of actually getting the market value for the price of the land to actually benefit the residents of this borough? And why on earth are we not auditing this properly? Because it's about time assets that were sold came back to the public and were invested into services. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Shah.
So, firstly, I thank Councillor Quigg for his common and usual theme of driving, mischief, and also using the opportunity always to cause division, to try to make out that people who are elected aren't doing what they should be doing, and everything's wrong, and everything's miserable, and everything's ill intent. But unfortunately, I'd like to miss that theory as well, because actually people work in good.
Why don't you just answer? Would you please allow her to answer the question?
Mr. Mayor, can I just say, the same people that were really, really declaring their absolute, threat for their own security and felt intimidated by a cloth and a flag are now using that same method to make me feel intimidated. So I now feel like I'm under some significant kind of pressure and threat by them. So am I able to continue in my role?
Please accept my apology and continue. Would you please allow member to speak?
So,
would you allow member to speak?
So,
Please allow her to speak.
I never ever reference myself as a victim. Very proud of who I am and what I do. In terms of the Hertford Mill site, it's unsurprising it rocketed in value, and it is also common sense that it was going to do that once the mill was removed. That's just common sense. But we do have independent auditors who aren't affiliated, associated, related, or know anybody in the authority, so they do the auditing. So any implication of wrongdoing is unappreciated. And if he thinks he has evidence of corruption, he should present it rather than only using his opportunity as an elected member to grandstand in this chamber, because he makes no effort in any other part or any other meeting of any of the council outside of this forum. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Shah. Councillor Quigg. The next is Deputy Leader and Housing and Licensing. Would you please let me continue meeting, please? Councillor Quigg, if you have any evidence, please do submit to Chief Executive.
Mr. Mayor, I didn't actually suggest any wrongdoing. I was asking for clarification as to why there was a £2 million write-down. That's a point of clarification I was trying to get at, given that the Hertford Mill site increased in £2 million sterling from its marketed value. Now, the Chief Executive might not be happy with that fact, but it is a fact.
That is exactly what I answered. After the mill was removed, it was going to increase.
Thank you very much. Deputy Leader and Housing and Licensing. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I rise to move the report as read. However, there are some additional updates that I would like to make members aware of. So firstly, in relation to the Housing Summit, which was scheduled to take place tomorrow, this has been rearranged for Thursday, the 1st of February. Obviously, we had hoped that this would take place prior to the D-Look visit next week, on the 19th of December, which is still scheduled to go ahead. But it is really important that we have a good attendance from across the sector at this meeting, and unfortunately, given the timing, which is on the run-up to Christmas, that hasn't proved possible, so we have had to rearrange it on that basis. Secondly, given the recent cold spell and the drop in temperatures, the Severe Weather Emergency Protocol, or SWEP as it's better known, has now been implemented, and this new provision came into use on Thursday the 7th of December. For those of you who might not be aware, the protocol aims to help vulnerable people who are rough sleeping or at severe or imminent risk of doing so that night when severe weather can threaten their safety. And so when this happens, the council obviously will facilitate emergency accommodation. SWEP is primarily provided via existing provision, utilising funding from GMCA to use a bed every night spaces where they are available, as well as emergency provision within supported accommodation schemes before actually purchasing any additional bed spaces. The council also follows a no second night out approach to rough sleeping, and this programme aims to help people who find themselves sleeping rough for the first time by sourcing temporary accommodation, which will again form part of the discussion with D-Look as part of the deep dive. And I can confirm that we have assisted 9 people so far. In relation to planning, members will be aware that the consultation on the main modifications for Places for Everyone closed last Wednesday on the 6th of December. GMCA and the 9 authorities have received 170 responses in total, which is a much lower response rate than in previous consultations. So given this is a smaller than expected number of responses, officers are hoping to be able to submit the representations to the inspectors by Christmas, together with our responses to those representations. It will then be up to the inspectors in the new year to determine whether they are able to close the examination and issue their examination report. This also includes the necessary sign-off from the Secretary of State. Following on from that, I'm sure that members will be alive to the statement that was made in the House yesterday by Michael Gove, the Housing Minister, where he confirmed that a revised National Planning Policy Framework will be published next week, but as we don't know yet precisely what will be changed in it and how this might affect the Places for Everyone examination, I'm not in a position to be able to provide any more detail on that at this moment in time. However, just to reiterate, it is in the report, but earlier this week the Cabinet agreed to proceed with the publication and consultation of the draft Oldham local plan, and this will run in conjunction with the Places for Everyone proposal, and if agreed will guide development in the borough up to 2039. Finally, just very briefly, following on from some of the discussion around housing and the housing crisis, which took place at the last full council meeting, I have requested some additional member training on the housing options allocation process and how it works and our statutory responsibilities regarding homelessness. We are looking to run this course in January.
Taylor, you are approaching.
Okay, so we are looking to run that course in January and I hope members will be able to attend. Thank you.
Concerned? Yep.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I ask Councillor Taylor, a new development of 2 and 3 bedroom houses in the centre of Royton for first choice homes Oldham will be available at affordable rent or as a shared ownership. Would the Cabinet member confirm whether any priority will be given to the many Royton residents who are desperate for a social housing property in the town where they live or where they come from, and write to myself and my colleagues on a weekly basis? Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you for your question and thank you for submitting it in advance. So obviously this is in relation to the former health centre site in Royton Town Centre, which, as you say, Councillor Arnott, has been developed by First Choice Homes Oldham and which has delivered 14 much needed family homes. So, just for clarity, the development includes 5 affordable rented properties and 9 shared ownership properties. The 5 affordable rent properties have all been let to families on the housing register and are let on a housing needs basis in line with Oldham's allocation scheme. Oldham's allocation scheme has been developed in line with relevant legislation and statutory guidance, so this isn't just an Oldham Council decision, but it does have to be applied to every application to ensure that we maintain the same standard for everyone. As we are in the midst of a housing crisis, demand for social housing far outweighs supply. Therefore, the main purpose of the scheme is to ensure that when deciding who will be offered social housing in the borough, the council delivers its legal responsibilities and supports communities by protecting the vulnerable, as well as supporting people who make a valuable contribution locally. So that is why we can look at increasing banding allocations for applicants who qualify under the Working Extra scheme, and to qualify for Working Extra status, that means at least one member of the applicant's household must be working, volunteering, taking part in approved training or acting as a registered carer. And this should help residents when bidding on properties. Now, that said, I do appreciate that many residents would prefer to live in the area where they grew up or where they already have family ties, but the reality is that there just aren't enough social homes to allow that to happen, and the Right to Buy scheme has taken more properties out of the system in some of the more popular areas like Royton. Now, I do seem to remember at the last full council meeting, Councillor Arnott talked himself about how times have changed.
Taylor, I'm really sorry, I hate doing this, and I know I'm going to be in the bad book of many colleagues, but we are running out of time.
Okay, no problem. Can I just say very briefly that actually some of the shared ownership properties are still available if he knows any residents locally that are interested. They're being delivered on a first come, first served basis.
Councillor Holly Harrison.
Thank you for the update, Councillor Taylor. I'm really pleased to see that there are more applications for taxis to be licensed here in Oldham. I'm wondering whether you can give an update on how many of these applications are taxis that were previously registered outside of Greater Manchester. Secondly, how does being licensed in Oldham help drivers and passengers? Thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Thank you to Councillor Harrison. And yes, I totally agree. Seeing more taxis being licensed here in Oldham is a good news story. We have received a big increase in new driver applications, which has now almost doubled our numbers. This is in part due to some of the changes that we have made to our taxi policies, but also our commitment to work more closely with the trade. In June 23, the Licensing Committee approved various policy changes which have resulted in a significant increase in the number of applications to be a taxi driver. Before these policy changes, we licensed around 1,300 drivers. To date, we have received an additional 1,342 new driver applications, 484 of which have already been issued after undergoing the relevant checks. In addition to this, we are also seeing an increase in vehicles being licensed with the council. Currently, another 200 licensed private hire vehicles have joined the taxi fleet, which are licensed by Oldham Council, and that takes that total to 1,200. And I have to say, I think we are expecting more to follow once their existing licences expire with the other authorities. I do think this is a really positive change for the borough, as it is encouraging Greater Manchester residents who have obtained driving licences outside of the area to come back to the council. And as a regulator, this gives us more control over the drivers and vehicles who are providing a service for our residents. However, just to be clear, no driver will receive a licence without going through the relevant checks, and no vehicle licence will be granted unless the vehicle meets our stringent safety and emission standards. I also just briefly want to take this opportunity to congratulate Oldham Private Hire Drivers Association on their new office and website. The association are also striving to assist drivers with issues relating directly to their vehicle licence or private hire licences, and I think it's fair to say that they are going the extra mile to secure the best in the interest of their members by providing courses on improving mental and physical health and well-being, and equipping their members, who are our local
Taylor.
Taxi drivers, with
Apologies.
the highest standards
I
of
hate
personal safety.
I hate doing this, but
It's okay. I just wanted to
I'm
drop
already
in.
under threat. If I don't turn up in next meeting, means I'm on garden leave.
It's okay.
Been sent.
It's okay.
So please take a seat.
I'm sure that answers the question,
Thank you.
but I did
Thank
want to
you.
drop in that she came third in the
Thank you.
quiz.
Councillor Mushtaq, see if you can try your best to stick to the time. It's unlikely, but let's try.
Everybody knows I'm not a big talker, so hopefully we should be okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You can see from the report that a lot is covered in the two sides. This is a reflection of the size and complexity of the portfolio. Clearly, there are some challenges, including staffing and demand, although work is ongoing to tackle these challenges. I, along with the other GM leads, signed the GM pledge to work collaboratively to ensure we're doing all we can to ensure the stability of the social care workforce across Greater Manchester. First and foremost for our children and young people who need that stability in their already destabilised lives, and to alleviate pressures on all local authorities in what is a chronically underfunded sector. We are also working well with our partners through the Safeguarding Partnership to better understand everyone's roles and responsibilities around referrals and thresholds to manage demand and enable a quality service to continue to be delivered. Training in schools directly with our young people and staff is continuing to raise awareness of the dangers, whilst having the desired impact of equipping our young people and staff with the knowledge and confidence to be able to identify and protect themselves and each other from risks of exploitation and harm. Myself and Councillor Goodwin opened the White Ribbon event held here, where a number of schools attended, and I know Councillor Al-Hamdani was also there. The workshops and opening performance from the Oldham College students had a profound impact on the staff and young people alike. I attended a workshop myself and spoke to some of the young people for whom their learning from the day was a real eye-opener. The White Ribbon organisation was so impressed that they asked if they could come and use it as an example of excellent practice for others to emulate. It's vitally important that we get the message of preventing violence against women into the minds of our young people early, and I'm so happy that we are leading the way on this. The youth service continues to play a vital role in engaging with and supporting our young people and consequently all residents in reactive and proactive manner. Their ability to not only work effectively with young people directly, but with partners makes them a highly effective team. As you've seen this evening, our Youth Council continues to thrive. I had the pleasure of spending a couple of hours with them last week and was blown away by the intelligence and potential in the room. It's incumbent on all of us to be fully engaged in the youth voice of Oldham, which is exactly what we do. We delivered a successful universal holiday activity and food programme, universal because the council invested further monies to ensure the offer was available to children and families who didn't quite meet the government criteria. The report also highlights the successful capital grant bid of £165,000 to replace the stone slate roof at Castle Shaw Centre, where outdoor activities are delivered for our young people. Again, highlighted in the report, family sessions were piloted from the centre and were a huge success, so will be repeated over the winter holiday period. I ask Council to note the report and happy to take any questions, and the light's still green.
I'm really impressed, Councillor Mushtaq. Having said that, I think you missed Councillor Ria from the White Ribbon event. I think you were there as well.
Apologies. Nice to have had you there as well.
I got Councillor Hazel Gloucester.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to ask about fostering allowances. So, Shahid, can you just update us on what's been taking place? Has the allowances been increased, like was discussed when I was previously Shadow Cabinet member? And have arrangements for back pay been made? Sorry, thank you.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Gloucester. So we have uplifted all payments to Oldham foster carers by 10% in January 2023. This was in recognition of the cost of living crisis and the valued work our carers do for Oldham's looked after children and young people. This payment followed a 4% increase in allowances in 2022, alongside an increase in mileage payments and a one-off payment of £250 to assist fostering households with the cost of living. We remain committed to support Oldham carers and have informed carers that we will review again early next year in preparation for 24-25. With regards the backdated payments, that did happen, and it was backdated to, I believe, 2022. So that did happen. And I just want to highlight, Mr Mayor, that I attended the Foster Carer Awards evening recently, which celebrated some of our fantastic foster carers. And the important, obviously we're talking about stats and figures and rightly the remuneration that comes with that, but these children and young people have suffered a trauma because they've clearly been taken away from their family home. The next best thing is kinship care, if that's possible. But then after that, you know, it becomes things like residential care. And foster carers, they effectively provide a family environment, a family home for these children and young people. And it's the closest thing these children can get to being in a stable family environment. And the impact they have, and having met the parents, again, it's not something they do as as an occupation or for remuneration. This is something they're passionate about. Sorry, apologies. So I will stop there before you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Ria?
Yeah, it's just, Councillor Mushtaq, it was just to go on the back of the White Ribbon event that I did attend. I made a useful contact there from Talk, Listen, Change, a lad called Joe, and whilst he works with perpetrators of domestic violence, he was open to my suggestion of putting together some workshops for prevention of that, so to talk around healthy relationships with young men and boundaries, and I will be meeting with him, so I'll keep you updated on how that goes.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor, and again I apologise for not mentioning you earlier. No, that's really helpful. So out of these events we are clearly looking for development, growth, and I attended the forced marriage and I forget the exact title, but I attended that workshop, and being in the workshop and seeing the reaction of the young people when they were given a task. So basically there was a an exercise where you had 3 sections of the room, a yes, a no and a maybe, and they were given scenarios about whether they considered something to be coercion, whether they had a choice, whether they were being forced. And it was really telling, you know, where people went in the room. So I'd hang on. I did also take part, but I'd hang on and let the young people go. And when different people went to different parts of the room, it was them themselves that were explaining to the others, well, actually, you need to be over here, because whilst you might have been presented with 3 young men to potentially marry, some thought that's a choice. So they went to the yes, you are given a choice. Whereas they said, well, no, you're not given a choice, because that's you're being forced to pick.
Councillor Mushtaq, I'm not sure what I'm.
Oh, apologies.
What you're trying to teach me today, but
the impact of it, but it's things like that, the practical workshops and the things you're suggesting, that have the greatest impact. So yeah, more than happy to build on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thanks to Councillor Shahid Mushtaq for the very comprehensive report here and verbally. But please could you outline the work of the complex safeguarding hub does with vulnerable young people and how they support victims of CSC and other complex needs? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Yeah, it's very important piece of work, and a key part of the Complex Safeguarding Hub work is working directly with young people who have been deemed as vulnerable to exploitation and or those young people who have been victims of exploitation. The support offered to each of the young people open to the service is bespoke. When planning the support offered to the young people, consideration is given to their age. Shall I carry on? I'll carry on. So when that support is offered,
would you please let him speak? Would you please let him speak? I sport Oldham. Councillor Mushtaq, do you want to carry on?
Yeah. Okay.
Please.
So the support offered for each young person open to the service is bespoke. When planning the support offered, the consideration is given to age, culture, identity, learning needs, background, and level and nature of concerns. The support for children and young people who have experienced or are experienced child exploitation has relational and trauma.
Mr Mayor, I think the only person who's intimidating anyone is him.
Mr Mayor, point of process, please.
Please, can you please?
Mr Mayor.
Please. Please.
Mr Mayor.
Mr Brown, please, may I request you, please. I saw what happened there. Gentleman has been moved on the side. Please accept my apologies. Please let me carry on with the meeting. Thank you. Please. I cannot stop, which is something is legal. If you bring Israeli flag, I would not stop you either.
Mr Mayor.
The support for children and young people.
Mr Mayor, if I may.
Provide education.
Mr Brown, please.
The children are provided with education through direct work sessions, using practical approaches to safety planning, through role play or scenarios, conversation-based learning and reflection, active safeguarding and disruption, emotional support, achieving best evidence interviews, working towards goals and ambitions, being advocates and applying flexibility and creativity to try what works for each individual young person. Issues important to young people are of key focus, supporting them with what they need and aspire to achieve. When the time comes to close a young person to the Complex Safeguarding Hub, we ensure there is continued support for that young person, whether this be through COGS, which is keeping our girls safe, or the youth service. The Complex Safeguarding team is also resourced to a level where it can provide prevention, a prevention offer to children and young people within the borough. It is noted that prevention is key, with the team wanting to prevent exploitation wherever possible. It is recognised that this is better than responding to and protecting children after the harm that has taken place.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq.
Thank you.
Education and skill portfolio, Councillor Mohan Ali.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My written report in front of Council details the coaching and mentoring support for underrepresented women groups to get into leadership position within our schools and trusts. I have provided a review of recent successful Ofsted inspections, also set out our position in relationship to apprenticeships in the Council. I have outlined how we have provided additional support to looked after children through the Oldham Virtual School and the great work of the Oldham Music School. I am really proud that we have a brilliant music service for the children of Oldham. I got to see firsthand the school's Christmas festival that took place at the Queen Elizabeth Hall last Sunday. It was inspiring to see children play musical instruments in the most brilliant way. These events showcase the borough's finest young musicians, as well as some of our excellent community talent. These extracurricular activities are very important in developing a child's talents, interests and passion, boosting self-confidence and improving social skills. Moving on to Ofsted inspections in our schools, it has been brilliant recently to see 2 of our schools rise to the challenges of Ofsted inspections. I would like to commend the head teachers, staff, governors, parents and pupils at St Matthew's and St Luke's Primary School, which both resulted in good inspection grading. Overall, in Oldham, inspection outcomes for all schools is at 85.6%. In terms of enhancing leadership and ensuring diversity within our schools and trusts, we have launched a special mentoring and coaching program. We recognize senior positions in schools and trusts should be reflective of our society. Allowing children to visually see that is also important. Women from Black, Asian and ethnic minority communities are underrepresented in important positions. We are thereby supporting, through the Oldham Learning Board, a coaching and mentoring program called the Lead Hership program. I am of no doubt that this program will unleash talent from our community, which has a proven coaching and mentoring program that has successfully provided women from that cohort with crucial skills for leadership. In addition, boosting apprenticeships in Oldham Council, our partners and within our employers is something that is of immense importance to us. With particular focus in that area, we are now in the top 25% of all councils in the country for new apprenticeship starts every year. Also, one of the only 2 councils in Greater Manchester to achieve the government's public sector targets on apprenticeship over the 5-year period. The council have created 191 apprenticeships since 2017, with 95 of these coming in the last 2 years. Apprenticeship opens up some real opportunities for our residents in securing a job with training for people who may have not always had that chance. As an organisation, it also allows us to address some of the recruitment challenges, such as in social care. We will continue to increase the number of apprenticeships offered. I have detailed the brilliant work of the virtual school in supporting 309 of our children looked after. The virtual school promotes and encourages children and young people.
Thank you, Councillor Lee.
Yeah, all right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Bishop.
Thanks very much. Could I please ask the Cabinet Member, Councillor Ali, what was the total figure for the provision of alternative education placements for pupils within the borough over the last academic year, and what percentage does this represent of the overall education budget? Can the Cabinet Member also detail which schools request the most funding for alternative education provision? Thanks.
Councillor.
Thank you, Councillor Bishop, for your question. Just for everybody's information, alternative provision is education which is outside school, arranged by local authorities or the schools themselves. It is a full-time education for young people who, because of exclusion, illness or other reasons, would not otherwise receive suitable education. Schools typically signpost pupils on a fixed period exclusion or permanent exclusion to attend alternative provisions. The total cost, to answer your specific question, Councillor Bishop, the total cost of an alternative provision the Council has commissioned this financial year is £332,880.74. This is a very small proportion of the overall education budget. This is not there is no particular pattern in relation to which schools request alternative provision as it is determined by the need of the child. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ali. Councillor Adams.
Following a highly critical Ofsted report in August on the management of send provision in Oldham, an improvement notice was sent to the Council in November. Would the Cabinet member please outline what specific actions have been completed so far to address the shortcomings that the report highlighted? Thank you.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Councillor Adams, for your question. The findings of the inspection were across the partnership. So it was the findings were on the council, the health services, and what the report did do is highlight, what is working well and what is not. So what we have done, we have already started to implement some of the priority actions. So we're looking at improving the governance and accountability. So a local inclusion partnership executive board has been established with senior representatives of the council and NHS integrated care board to oversee the improvement plans. A speech and language therapy recovery plan has been developed, and this has been discussed at the local inclusion partnership executive boards. Agreements have been sought for partnership investment to support the work to address the long waiting lists. In terms of the 16 to 18-year-old offer, the Greater Manchester Mental Health Board has completed service mapping and identified 16 to 18 as a gap, which is also impacted by growing demand. As a result, this has been commissioned and recruitment is underway. A new pathway is being developed in addition to the neurodevelopment pathway, and this is featured on the action plan with recommendation for the service and commissioners. In terms of transitions are a very key part of the SENT and Inclusion Improvement Programme under the preparation for adulthood priority. As transitions cover a wide range of support and provision, discussions have begun regarding developing a transition strategy with parents and carers. This will commence in January 2024, and this work has already commenced with families. In terms of the quality assurance of educational healthcare plans.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Councillor Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. With the two good Ofsted reports mentioned in the Cabinet report, Councillor Ali, can you give an update on how many schools in Oldham are ranked as good or outstanding? Thank you.
Councillor Ali.
Thank you, Councillor Ibrahim, for your question. Out of the 104 schools in Oldham that have been inspected by Ofsted, 89 schools, which equates to 85.6%, are ranked as good or outstanding as of 31st of October 2023.
Well done. Thank you very much. I'll move on to health and social care. Councillor Barbara Brownidge.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't intend to give a long speech. You'll be delighted to hear.
Absolutely delighted.
I just want to give one update. I have said here that the scabies outbreak at Oldham Total Care has now been overcome, and unfortunately that's not true. There's a small outbreak continuing. It's confined to one wing, and the treatment is underway, and infection control measures have been put in place, so it shouldn't spread any further. The other thing I'd like to say is to emphasise the issue of measles vaccination. It's fallen across the country, not for any particular reason. I think people have just got out of the habit, and there's a bit of vaccination fatigue following COVID, I think. But to stress that measles, whilst you think of it as a childhood illness, it's actually potentially very, very serious. It's very highly contagious, and without a high level of vaccination in the region of 95%, it will spread very rapidly once it emerges in the community. Yes, Mr. Bates, that's why I'm telling you. So I'd very much urge. So this is not, it's not difficult. It requires two inoculations. And it seems to be there's a bit of a problem that it's sometimes not awfully convenient to take a child to the doctor. So what we're looking at trying to give the different venues so people can just turn up perhaps when they're doing something else and get this to get the coverage. But I just do want to urge everybody in Oldham, if you've not been vaccinated, please do get vaccinated. It is really important. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Barbara. Councillor Brownidge. Councillor Hamlet.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And by your leave, may I also add an additional, if possible, but I'll ask my first question. Does the Cabinet member think it's fair that if somebody's refused a blue badge by the council and then appeals the decision, the same team then resits the application rather than an independent body or members of this council? Will the Cabinet member agree to review this process and bring forward a truly independent appeals process for our members in the interest of fairness and transparency? And if I may, Mr. Mayor, I've also got a time-sensitive question that's been sent to me. Can I ask that as well? And this is in regards to something I think many members of people in this borough have received very recently. And this is in regards to those who are in receipt of benefits also receive a Christmas bonus, a little treat for surviving the pittance since 1972. Every December people receive £10, and it has still been £10 since 72. I'm just wondering if the Cabinet member would agree that it's high time that that £10 is now finally brought in line with the rest of the allowances.
I think that's probably a question for Councillor Jabbar for later on.
Perhaps, but it's also the fact that it's
Councillor Bronovich would not give you 5 quid even, not talking about 10. Councillor Bronovich, do you want to answer the question?
Well, technically neither of those questions are within my portfolio as it happens, but I will answer the one about blue badges because I've been given an answer. So the answer is that it's the responsibility of the local authority to determine the scheme and how it's enforced. So in Oldham we have a criteria-based policy, and that we would argue those criteria are applied objectively and fairly. Now there is no appeal process, but if somebody wants a review on medical grounds, we would seek independent medical advice to make that review. What I would say is we're quite happy to benchmark our approach and policies against those of the other authorities in Greater Manchester. So we will certainly do that, so we assure we've got a consistent approach, and we will report back on that when we've done that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Charlton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Ooh, I don't like that. Is that one better? Yeah, that's what it is. Well, luckily it is a medical question still. Having seen the responses given to the COVID inquiry by people who were high up in government during the pandemic, and alongside the sort of amazing work that doctors and medical professionals in Oldham were doing, not you, Mr. Mayor, everyone else. Do you agree, Councillor Bramridge, that Oldham was failed by the government at that time?
I didn't realise you have a sense of humour as well, Councillor Charlton. Well done.
Well, of course, I'm very tempted to just say yes and sit down, but I think it's a bit more complicated than that, in fairness. So I think nationally there's clearly nobody quite knew what to expect here, so we have to make some allowance for that. I think I would argue that the awarding of PPE and test and trace contracts to people who weren't qualified to undertake them was a mistake. I would argue the failure to use the knowledge in local government where we deal with epidemics, we have a lot of knowledge, we have ability to contact our communities. That was a mistake not to use that knowledge. And I won't comment on the government itself because I don't think that's appropriate. In terms of the impact on Oldham itself, it is quite interesting that we suffered greater lockdown penalties than our neighbours, even Tameside and Rochdale, who had a very similar COVID infection numbers. So, for example, we had 6 weeks longer in lockdown than the 2 neighbouring authorities. We could only have 20 people at a funeral rather than 30 in Tameside, and that is a big emotional strain in a time that's pretty emotional anyway. So I think, yes, I think the nation suffered. I do hope we've learnt lessons so we're better prepared in the future. I think Oldham suffered specifically, but I do think I would urge that the powers and knowledge that local government have should be taken into account by central government, because we have networks and knowledge that would have actually helped that and made the effects much better.
Thank you, Councillor Bromwich.
Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Dean, Communities and Culture Portfolio, Councillor Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Brown, how many time I can request here? Mr. Brown, how many times I can request you? I need to continue with this meeting. Exactly, you're putting me in very awkward position to adjourn the meeting. Please let me continue the meeting. Mr. Brown, please let me continue with the meeting. I will have. This is the fifth time. Mr. Brown, I'm asking you now to leave the meeting. I'm asking you second time to leave the meeting. I'm asking you third time to leave the meeting. I'm adjourning the meeting, please.
Can we please close the door so we can start the business? There's no further capacity in this room. It will be health and safety risk. Please close the doors. Right, colleagues, apologies for all this disruption. I'm sure you will agree, you're entitled to disagree. I tried my best to stay as calm as possible, given ample opportunities to keep the peace, not have this disruption where over 70 people had to move around and be stuck in this small room. Unfortunately, it happened. I don't know what else I could have done, but it's important to remember, while we have all the issues in the world, there is a business of this council which we need to continue to do. So I'm really sorry. A lot of you, or most of you, or all of you, of course, will be here till late. We got some options, and it's up to you. So we got number of reports. Either I can suspend the council procedure rule and omit these reports, and you can ask the question directly by email to relevant cabinet members if you are in agreement. If not, any objection or abstention? Councillor Hamdani, did you say you have objection?
I would like to speak to some of the reports. So,
Would you like to submit your questions, did you say?
no, I said the opposite, that I would like to raise issues on some of the reports. And if they're going to be agreed tonight, I think we should get the chance to ask questions before.
Sorry, I'm talking about the cabinet members, sorry, reports. Do you want to ask the questions on the cabinet members? So item 9 only, portfolio holders. I'm not suggesting that as a wholesale we agree all the reports. I'm just asking about item 9. Are we in agreement about item 9? Thank you. Item 10, notice of administration business. You have 30 minutes, but please remember you don't have to use all the 30 minutes for your speeches. Feel free to use. I mean, I got all the time tonight to be here. Delivering children's services in the community. Councillor Mushtaq.
Yep. I was going to say you'd be pleased it's me because I don't, again, talk a lot. Okay, yeah, I'll stay seated. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We all know the life-changing impact Sure Start Centres had on children and families. It was recognised by the Labour government of the time that our children are our future and that we all have a role in raising our children. That's why, at its peak in 2010, Sure Start received £1.8 billion a year. In this period, Sure Start reduced hospitalisations at age 5 by 7%, translating to around 2,800 fewer hospitalisations a year, with the longer-term benefits being seen in the prevention of 13,150 hospitalisations of 11 to 15-year-olds, an 8% reduction on pre-Sure Start hospitalisation rates. The impact of Sure Start inside the family home was immense, Mr. Mayor. The place where, if a caring, considerate, committed government gets it right, the family home is the safest place, the most loving and caring environment for that child and the whole family. If, however, the government gets it wrong and fails to understand the impact of early help, fails to understand the role we all have to play in raising a child, then, Mr. Mayor, the family home can become a very lonely place, a place where the child is isolated and vulnerable, and where the parents are lost and confused. That's why it's so important that we get this right at a local level, because we do understand that one individual building, or even 7 family homes, whilst impactful, cannot in isolation deliver what's needed and what this Labour administration wants to deliver for our children and families. That's why we are including partners across the borough, including schools, community groups, libraries, place-based integration that my colleague Councillor Peter Dean is leading on, and other vital assets in the heart of every community in Oldham. That's why we are bringing the services that will support our families and create that loving environment in the home closer to the very people that need it the most. Mr. Mayor, raising a family is an amazing experience, but it isn't always easy. Isn't always easy. The role of government is to provide as much support as possible and create the conditions that help families thrive.
Sadly, since 2010, every government has decided to target the very people it is in place to serve. Despite the government's targeting of families, this Labour administration is working innovatively to provide all the support we can and work with amazing partners across the borough to ensure that today's children are best placed to do the best they can for tomorrow's children. As the motion states, Mr Mayor, the consultation is now live. I'd encourage colleagues in the Chamber to work with and encourage the communities they represent to complete the survey to ensure that we deliver what the people want, the way they want it delivered. Please support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mushtaq. Councillor Charlton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and you will be pleased that I will be speaking a lot shorter. As Councillor Arnott pointed out at the last council meeting, I am one of the younger members of the council, and I know how lucky I was to grow up at a time when Sure Start was a universal offer to every family across the country. Parents like mine took advantage of early years provision, helping their children reach milestones prior to starting school. I think I could safely say that I owe all my successes to the start in life I was given by the last Labour government. And I think everyone in the room today will agree that the actions taken to support the development of children and reduce child poverty were welcome and a great success. Having visited a number of the children's centres across the borough alongside Councillor Mushtaq, I've been hit with sort of a stark reminder at every single site. The impact of cuts from across different governments to these services has left communities with buildings that are unable to be used except for the most basic of services, because in 2011 the coalition government removed ring fencing for Sure Start. So over the last 13 years of austerity that we've faced, children in Oldham have suffered through no fault of their own. Our own council youth services and children's services have performed miracles with what funding remains from cuts to their services. And I want to pay tribute to every single member of staff, past and present, who's worked in our children's centres and supported families through difficult times. Be that someone running Stay and Play in Shoulder, health visitors working in Coldhurst, or the midwife supporting mums-to-be in Hathershaw. The Family Hubs model outlined in the motion allows the council to be much more agile, whilst providing services our families need, but instead of using these dedicated buildings that aren't used by everyone, we can put these services to where people actually are. The hub model gives our staff a base to work from and a physical location for families to come to if they want to, but it doesn't confine these services to these specific buildings. It means we can put these services in our community assets, in with our churches, our libraries, and all these place-based integration areas that Councillor Mushtaq touched on. I think this motion actually does show how Oldham Council is delivering for people in Oldham, and I think it shows that we need more from the government to deliver more. Thank you, and I'm seconding the motion.
Thank you. Does any member wish to speak on this motion? I have Councillor Islam and then Councillor Bishop.
Mr. Mayor, I'm very much in support of this motion, recognising that in recent times the way families access services has changed. We have observed a decline in the usage of our children's centres, primarily due to limited offerings available at each site, resulting from the withdrawal of the Tory government's Sure Start funding nationwide. Additionally, some of our children's centres are housed in ageing buildings, requiring significant investment to meet the standards. I feel the plan to renovate 6 of our existing children's centres, which will then transition into family hubs, seems exciting, and any decision taken will be after a full consultation with residents. These hubs will provide an array of services such as health clinics, ante- and postnatal care, play and stay sessions, and valuable parenting support for families. Moreover, there is a commitment to extend family services beyond the confines of traditional buildings, focusing on place and community. To achieve this goal, we will optimize our existing civic buildings, including libraries, leisure centres, town halls, and outdoor spaces to create accessible hubs for families. By spreading our services across multiple locations, it will increase access points for families, ensuring that support is readily available where it is needed the most. The primary focus should not be in the bricks and mortar of buildings, but in fostering a sense of belonging within our community. It is important that we enhance digital offerings, enabling families to access vital services and information from the comfort of their homes. I am thereby in support of this motion and commend the Cabinet Member for Children and Young People in bringing this motion forward, and encourage all our residents to take part in the consultation and tell us your views as to how we can shape services so that it serves better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Bishop.
Thanks, Mr Mayor. It's well documented that Sure Start Children's Centres have great success in delivering tangible, positive change into the heart of our communities, and it is commendable that Oldham found a way to continue operating them in the face of such brutal cuts to public services. However, I am concerned about the geographical location of the family hubs. The 5 that have been selected so far are all located in one half of the borough, with a very noticeable swathe being left completely untouched. Upwards of 30,000 people live across the 3 Saddleworth wards, and yet there appears to be no provision planned for it. 2 of the 5 family hubs currently identified, Spring Meadows and Beaver, are only a mile apart. And yet it is over 5 miles from Greenfield to the nearest proposed family hub. Can the Cabinet Member please confirm that this will be addressed when deciding where to position family hubs 6 and 7 to ensure that those communities not centrally located, such as Saddleworth, Failsworth and Holts, are not left isolated and without access to these vital services, some of which have already been withdrawn? Furthermore, there seems to be confusion surrounding the ownership and management of current children's centre and centres and the future family hubs, with services currently running from them being uncertain of their position. I would like to seek assurances that service providers, staff and other stakeholders will be consulted with and kept totally up to date with future plans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Holly Harrison.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am in support of this motion, as it is of a firm belief that early childhood interventions are vital in ensuring the future success of our children here in Oldham. The early years are when so much growth and development occur. It is when children are like sponges, absorbing all the information around them and then actively making sense of it. It is truly the foundation for the formal learning that happens later in life. A strong foundation helps children develop the skills they need to become well-functioning adults. Sure Start centres, of which over 1,400 have closed down since 2010, ensured the early building blocks of life were made accessible to the poorest of our families. They aim to improve learning by providing a stimulating environment, improve language skills and identify and support children with learning difficulties. As a teacher, when they did close, it was evident to see the impact these closures had on our children. So many children began school without achieving their expected age-related developmental milestones, meaning it was up to schools to work even harder to tackle the attainment gap and the holistic development of our children. In addition, Sure Start centres didn't just provide that vital support for children, but for the whole family. They supported parents in caring for their children, promoted children's health and development, and signposted parents to specialised services. But even more than this, Sure Start centres help to enhance community cohesion by aiding the development of relationships between both parents and children from within the same locality. They created an environment where parents had a support network within the centres and beyond, something which cannot be underrated. This is why I'm thrilled to see that the Council resolves to continue to support family hubs, with even more being set up in each of our districts. Family hubs aim to provide a universal offer from birth to adolescence, with additional support from pregnancy to age 2. It is said that these first 1001 days have more influence on a child's future than at any other time in their life. Therefore, I'm happy to support the intention to make representations for increased funding to ensure the continued rollout of these vital services and to safeguard them well into the future. Please support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Harrison. Councillor Mushtaq, do you wish to reply?
Very briefly, I'd like to thank all councillors for the contributions. Councillor Bishop's points are very important points, and I think it is important to highlight the fact that there will be a family hub in each district. But to kind of reinforce Councillor Bishop's point, actually 7 hubs across Oldham, 1 in each district, in isolation, like I said in my speech, is not enough to serve our communities. And that's why the work beyond the hubs themselves, work with schools, community groups, and other such organisations, including our own assets such as Oldham Library and potentially other libraries as well, and the place-based working. It's going to bring the services, and it is about the services rather than physical assets. And the physical assets that will be being used will be the best that they can be. So, yeah, happy to have further discussions around that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Does Council agree the motion? Those in favour? Those against? Sorry, those against? Okay. Abstentions? Okay, it's carried. Motion 2, boys need bins. Councillor Steve Bashford to move and Councillor Arnold to second. Come on, boys.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps not the most, well, not one of the best motions to have to deal with, but I'm rising I'm sat down, to propose the motion as it's printed. This is one of those things that people may never even be aware of. And why would they be? Unless it affects them personally or affects somebody they're very close to. And it's probably also something that's not really been raised in any serious way before, because it is quite an embarrassing and taboo subject. But it is something that affects, it's quite common, and it's more common than people might imagine. It affects thousands and thousands of people every day, thousands of men and thousands of women as well every day. But this motion is focusing on the problems that men have in particular when using a public toilet and needing to dispose of any type of personal hygiene product correctly, in a safe or discreet way. So sometimes men can go into, you can use a disabled toilet if there's one available, but there are occasions when people do this and you might get a disapproving glance from somebody who's, what on earth are you going in? Because the types of people with the disabilities that we're talking about here, it's not apparent. So you look at people, you wouldn't have any idea that they do have this condition. And so people might think they're just sneaking in the disabled toilet, and you might even be questioned about it. So we need to move away from this. So this is a simple ask, and it's just that a suitable sanitary bin is put in all male public toilets in a similar way as required by law is for women. It's a simple bin in the men's toilet. It will solve this problem. It will relieve the anxiety and embarrassment some people feel about when having to do this. Clearly, this isn't just an Oldham issue. This is a national one. But it's something we here in Oldham Borough can deal with now. We don't have to wait for anyone else. And I know there are a number of other councils running almost the identical motion, which is a good thing to get this message out. So what we're proposing is that here in Oldham, we look to put one of these hygiene bins in every male toilet in a building owned by the council, hopefully by OCL as well. And at the same time, we appeal to local businesses, pubs, restaurants in particular, really, where you might need to use, it more often. And we can make a real difference here and now, very simply, at a low cost. But let me tell you that this would be a boon to people who have this condition. So I propose the motion, and I hope you can all support it. Thank you.
Before Councillor Arnold seconds the motion, I need you to notify you that Chief Executive has been notified that Councillor Steve Bashworth will move this motion. So I know I'm retrospectively doing this. Councillor Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's quite unusual for an opposition to councillor to second a ruling authority motion. So I, along with many other councillors, I presume, of my own gender and age group were contacted by one of my residents from Royton North who was pushing this issue out to councillors and asking the council to support it. And I wrote to the leader of the council and to the lead, well, now it'd be churlish not to say, the leader of the opposition, and asked, you know, what we thought we could do on a cross-party basis. And with great credit, and I must commend them both Councillor Shah and Councillor Sykes responded to me within a day, and it was made clear to me that the Labour group were thinking of putting this down as a motion. Will I be interested in seconding it? Of course I was, very pleased to do so. Prostate cancer is extremely common. 30,000 men are diagnosed with it every year. But it also has very good survival rates. Unfortunately, though, probably 4 or 5 men will have died with prostate cancer while we've been carrying out those proceedings this evening in the 3.5 hours. After treatment, as many as 1 in 2 men will suffer from varying degrees of urinary incontinence. It's a difficult matter for men to discuss. It's a very difficult matter for me to discuss, believe me. But like all taboos, discussion is the answer, and I must commend Prostate Cancer UK for getting this issue out there in the public domain and encouraging talking and sharing around the issue. The Boys Need Bins campaign is a worthy cause for this council to support. We should join other forward-looking councils such as Winchester, Hull, Milton Keynes and Worthing and back Prostate Cancer UK. I support this motion. It's practical and compassionate. The motion doesn't need amending or talking out. It makes absolute sense. I urge Council to unanimously support it. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have notification. Councillor Hamblet wants to speak.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm happy. Don't touch that again. I'm happy to support this. I'm glad to see it's not just us who are working with the administration as well on this. However, this is a very important topic, as outlined by Councillor Bashworth and Councillor Arnott as well, and one which affects many men. And I know who, to be fair, I think many Oldhamers would probably be too proud to admit our faults or ask for help until it's too late. Us men, and me as a youngish especially, would tend to leave things until last minute to ask for help, and OMBC and other partners like the NHS and Mayo Care providers should offer this as a basic requirement, in my opinion. I think we need to ensure that our loos have all the right facilities to dispose of the pads and other toiletries in all cubicles, irrespective of any gender, and I think this especially will be helpful to men of all ages who just suffer from issues such as one that's been mentioned by Steve and Dave. And I think during, you know, our brief break from one room to another, I checked the gents loos in here in the building, and I note that obviously some facilities are greatly needed. And I hope that our brilliant staff and cleaning teams can manage the changes so we can run them into our new buildings as well. I do think we can make the change, and I think it'll be a positive one. And I commend this move, and hopefully we can see it being widely used both in the public and eventually in private sector toilets throughout the borough and throughout the country one day. So thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. I have Councillor Horbin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support this motion. I think it's an absolutely brilliant one for a couple of reasons. I think it's great that, with all due respect to the ladies in the room, that men's health is coming to the fore, because it's something we all seem to have shied away from before. But the other part of this motion that I think is great is, for a change, there's another motion coming up in a bit, for a change, there's a motion that we're not just writing a letter to somebody in Parliament, or we're not just asking the Chief Executive to do something. This is something we can actively do ourselves as a council, which is what we're here for, really, to be doing action in stuff like this, not just writing letters. And I think it's a brilliant motion.
Thank you. Councillor Goodwin.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am happy to support this motion. It's welcome to see the different groups in the council come together on matters when it's in the best interests of the residents of the borough. If this motion is successful, I can confirm that the relatively small amount of funding for this will be provided, and I'll be asking for this rollout to take place as soon as possible. I'd also like to take this opportunity to ask the men of the borough and of this council over the age of 40 to check your risk of prostate cancer at prostatecanceruk.org. As we know, prostate cancer only affects men, and the occurrence of it increases with age, and it is often found at a stage too developed to treat. Early diagnosis can lead to successful treatment, so please check your risk and speak to your GP as advised. Just in the 30 seconds before this motion, I check my risk and I fall into an age group where I'm advised to speak to my GP. So that's what I'll be doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Does Councillor Bashworth wish to reply?
And just very briefly, Mr. Mayor, thanks for the support from everybody. It is a difficult subject, and we do find it hard to talk about things, in particular in health. I'd just like to say that there are all manner of cancers that affect men that we and ladies, but I think we find it more difficult to admit there's something wrong with us and to get the help through all manner of reasons. So I'd just encourage everybody to do that. But thanks for supporting the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Bashworth. Does Councillor agree the motion? All those in favour? Against? Abstention? Thank you. Motion carried. Notice of opposition business. You have 30 minutes. Motion 1. We have 15 minutes for that. I call our Councillor Kenyon to move and Councillor Gloucester to second the motion.
Mayor, I think this is an annual occurrence for the Liberal Democrats to bring a 20 is plenty motion to Council. I make no apology for being determined to keep asking. And you know the saying, if you don't ask, you don't get. So this time, I hope that colleagues across the will join me and my party by actually being practical to resonate with thousands and thousands of people who live in the borough. Speeding traffic on our residential roads is a daily occurrence for families. It's a source of huge stress to many. It makes people's lives a misery, and I'm certain it's one of the things people regularly bring up with many of us. To state the obvious, speeding traffic kills. And it's this fear which keeps people from letting their kids walk or cycle to school, from deciding to walk to the shops rather than jumping in the car, and from telling their children to get off the screen and go outside and play. Importantly, the speed limit is one of the few things that comes before this council that we can do anything about. We have the power to start the process of setting a 20-mile-an-hour limit across the borough's residential roads today, right now. I'm frankly tired of a vocal minority who see any attempt to curb the rights of the car user and paint it somehow as an assault on individual liberty. What I don't hear much about from them is anything about responsibility or the rights of other road users. Mr. Mayor, ours is a borough largely built in the 18th and 19th centuries, so many of our residential roads were not designed for cars. This measure will help tilt the balance back in favour of other road users for walking and cycling. As well as being something that many of the people that we represent want, a 20-mile-an-hour zone would benefit large parts of this council's agenda. So-called active travel, walking and cycling to the rest of us, will help reduce pollution, reduce carbon emissions, and increase the general health of the people who live here. I think a recent survey of the borough's kids has found that I think nearly 40% of kids in year 6 are either overweight or obese, and that rises to nearly 68% of adults. So for that reason, I ask colleagues across the chamber to join our call to help make our streets safer and to support this motion today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Gloucester, do you want to second the motion?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is not a new idea, as Mark has previously mentioned, for OMBC. Indeed, it has been a core thread in several of our opposition budget proposals. However, The only time we have seen realistic action was during the pandemic, when suddenly it was a good idea with schemes being implemented, particularly around Saddleworth. However, across the broad spectrum of Oldham Borough, we still see areas and communities that are crying out for schemes, but alas, to no avail. Whereas the unrelenting toll of people, particularly children and older people, become victims to road collisions that if a reduction of the speed limit had been in place, may have been avoided, or the impact of injury would have been less severe. 20 is plenty is championed across the country by many community groups, not just Liberal Democrats. And I just want to be very clear here. We are not talking about a complete ban. We're only talking about in residential areas or where it's appropriate to improve road safety for pedestrians and vehicles. Reducing fatalities and serious injuries. Oldham, like any community, values the safety of its residents. By lowering the speed limits 20 in appropriate areas, we are seeking a proactive approach to reduce the number of accidents, particularly those resulting in severe injuries or fatalities. Research consistently shows that lower speeds significantly could decrease the likelihood and severity of accidents. This initiative is a clear commitment to safeguarding the lives of our community members and ensuring that everyone can travel our roads with confidence. Enhancing road safety. A 20-mile-per-hour speed limit creates a safer and more predictable road environment. It allows drivers more time to react to unexpected situations and provides a better chance for pedestrians and cyclists to navigate the streets without fear. This initiative aligns with a community-wide commitment to responsible and considerate driving, fostering a culture of mutual respect and understanding amongst road users. Now we move on to environmental benefits. Beyond safety, adopting a 20-mile-per-hour speed limit is also a positive step to creating a greener and more sustainable Oldham. Slower speeds mean reduced fuel consumption and lower emissions. By encouraging a shift towards more eco-friendly transportation, we are contributing to the overall health of our environment and supporting global efforts to combat climate change. This is not just about making our streets safer, but also ensuring a healthier and more sustainable future for our community. In conclusion, the 20 is Plenty initiative in Oldham is a multifaceted strategy that addresses critical issues such as road safety, environmental sustainability and community well-being. By embracing this change, we are not only protecting lives, but also fostering a more responsible and eco-conscious community. Let us work together to make Oldham a shining example of a town that prioritises safety, cares for the environment and ensures the well-being of its residents. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Due to number of amendments and time limitations, I'm going to move on to amendment, but that will give us opportunity to hear more about this subject. So amendment number 1, which is Councillor Lancaster to move and Councillor Byrne to second. Can't take any speakers because we've got only 15 minutes. Apologies.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to clarify, am I okay to proceed with the speech on the amendment? Yes, thank you. I would like to start by offering appreciation to Councillors Kenyon and Gloucester for bringing this 20 is Plenty motion to our council meeting tonight. Elected members may recall that I have spoken on road safety on several occasions before in the Chamber, and I always welcome further opportunities to do so. Before speaking to the different focus of the Conservative amendment, I would like to acknowledge our areas of agreement with the Liberal Democrat group. Excess speeds across our local highways network and the associated dangers posed by those irresponsible motorists need to be addressed with a strong response. I'm sure all elected members would report that they receive a great deal of resident correspondence regarding road safety concerns in their respective wards, and on that basis of public demand, we should be proactive in our approach to deal with those concerns. To that end, 20-mile-an-hour speed limits can be an effective tool. As we have accepted, they reduce the incidence of accidents and the number of fatalities and serious injuries that occur. Indeed, where targeted 20-mile-an-hour zones have arisen in my own Saddleworth North ward, such as the existing scheme covering Dobb Cross and that proposed for Denshaw Village, I have been supportive and forthright in asking for their strengthening. However, policy is most appropriately determined when it comprehensively considers the various factors at play, when it is proportionate to all persons affected and when it commands public support. To take that final test first, I am sceptical that this proposal for default 20-mile-an-hour limits is a popular one, and actually if such a proposal was confirmed in our borough, it could be subject to great local opposition. We have seen only recently in Wales, where the government there has implemented the same standardisation, that large majorities have come out against it. Direct representations to the Senedd are now counted in the hundreds of thousands, and it has been widely cited as a reason behind the First Minister's resignation announcement today. If we are to approve such a radical programme of highways reforms, we need to be confident that we are representing our residents. Otherwise, this could be widely perceived as a punitive and arbitrary restriction made without consent, and the degree of driving disobedience may be significant. I wanted also to expand on proportionality, fairness, in simpler language, and my concern that not all consequences of this proposal have been properly considered. Of course, it is obvious to all observers that bringing speed limits down has a road safety benefit. In the same vein, taking cars off the roads altogether would get rid of these problems overnight. However, I do sincerely believe that most motorists going about their lives, driving to and from work, visiting family and friends, and making other journeys, sensibly adhere to 30-mile-an-hour limits, and uniform reductions to 20 miles an hour risk unfair additions to journey times. None of us appreciate being behind the wheel for longer than necessary. Furthermore, there is the public purse to protect. How much would the introduction of default 20-mile-an-hour limits cost taxpayers? Even conservative guesses with a small c would speculate many millions. In addition to the new signage and associated infrastructure, how would these limits be policed, or would they simply be permissive and ignored? This amendment seeks to take a balanced and robust approach to engage with all residents, not just those who live in residential neighbourhoods, and to respond to road safety concerns with, yes, targeted 20-mile-an-hour zones, but also a suite of other effective interventions, including physical traffic calming measures and enforcement actions. I wish to make no partisan points and would welcome support for this amendment from across all political parties here this evening. Thank you very much.
Councillor Byrne, do you want to second it formally?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. This is a sensible amendment, and I'm sure that a number of members will agree with this. I have regularly stood up here, not in this place, but to request that we reduce, not to 20 miles an hour, reduce speed limits, especially on rural roads. Now, the council has the power to do this, but probably not the will or the finance, because there is always a budget implication. However, this, where we get 20 miles an hour limits where necessary, and perhaps look at some of the other limits that we have, and have a full and proper look at the limits, the traffic and its limits and its speed limits throughout the borough. So I ask that we support this sensible amendment. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we got only 4 minutes for the motion in totality. So I'm asking Councillor Kenyon, does he wish to reply to amendment?
Very briefly, I'll thank the Tories for their support in principle. The motion doesn't call for a blanket or a default limit across the whole borough, and much of their amendments, whilst well-intentioned, rely on the expensive introduction of a lot of kit like speed cameras, so we'll be voting against it.
Thank you. Councillor Lancaster, do you wish to reply?
No, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Does Council agree the amendment? You're voting on amendment. Those in favour? Yes. Those against? Any abstention? Amendment lost. I'm going to move on to Amendment 2. Humble request, if you could just be as brief as possible. I'm very happy to stay overnight. I'm sure you all would like to go home. Of course.
Yeah, I will be brief. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Kenyon and Gloucester for bringing this motion to Council. The Labour Group are in support of the intention of this motion, and we have submitted the small amendment to ensure progress towards 20-mile-an-hour speed limits is practical, working towards the GM-wide Vision Zero. If this motion is successful, I'll be suggesting to the all-group working party to work with officers to identify suitable residential areas where this could be trialled, maybe over an 18-month period, in order to gather data of changes to driver behaviour, where the speed limit is reduced to 20 miles an hour and there are no physical calming measures. I am aware of at least one local authority which has adopted a blanket approach, and they have been requested to share their data on matters such as cost, consultation and changes to traffic speed. You'll also be happy to hear that the Council has recently completed a piece of work to support delivery of our transport strategy around Oldham's safe and active travels to school. This is a comprehensive piece of work which focuses on the assessment of active travel infrastructure around our schools and develops a strategy for improving opportunities for pupils in Oldham to travel to school actively. The reason for the audit is a decline in active travel journeys to school nationally, poor health outcomes for pupils and local communities in Oldham. The climate emergency, collision rates and the family-wide benefits that active journeys to school can offer. In the new year, a summary of the work, methodology, engagement that has taken place, key findings and next steps and recommendations will be presented to the leader and next steps decided for further distribution, engagement and communication. I can advise that one of the recommendations of the study is the rollout of 20 mile an hour zones around all our schools. This will require further detailed work to assess the suitability of this proposal on a school-by-school basis and to assess potential funding sources for this if it's agreed to bring this forward. Please support the amendment.
I'm not sure I will describe this as a brief, but anyway. Councillor Ibrahim.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will formally second this amendment. As my colleague has covered, we will work towards an all-group working party to look towards what works best at identifying appropriate measures where required. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Kenyon, do you wish to reply?
Just very briefly, thank you to the Labour Group and to Councillor Goodwin for their support in principle. I do want to make the delicate and careful point that this Labour Group has got history for saying they support something in principle and then sort of sliding in a clever amendment and then kicking something into the long grass into the future. So with that in mind,
Please allow Councillor Kenyon to speak, please.
With that in mind, and to give us leave to ask difficult questions of the well-intentioned and supremely efficient councillor, the Lib Dems voting again.
Councillor Goodwin, do you want to respond to your intentions?
The amendment is well-intentioned, and one of the options for this was to pass it to overwhelming scrutiny because of the costs involved, but we are not doing that. We are suggesting an amendment so that this is practical.
Okay, does Council agree the amendment? Those in favour? Those against? Any abstentions? So amendment carried. So now I will, unfortunately, I don't have a time to have a further discussion on this motion. So we will take vote on the motion as amended. Do you still have a right to reply? No. Technically, you have a right to reply fifth time if you want to use it.
We're voting for.
Are you voting for it? That's good to know. All those in favour? All those against? So motion as amended, obviously. Any abstentions? Okay. Motion is carried as amended. Thank you very much. Next one is motion 2. We have 10 minutes for the motion. I call on Councillor Woodbine to move and Councillor Lancaster to second the motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I would like to start by thanking Councillor Lancaster for seconding this motion. I would also like to thank the Leader of the Council for the well wishes she sent to me upon hearing the news of my broken leg. I ought to thank all of the members and officers of the Council who have shown sympathy to me. It's not something which happens very often, and it's something which I've made the most of. Indeed, some of you may have noticed my choice of footwear over the last 5 weeks, though I'm pleased I no longer have to wear the boot as I've been discharged. I'd like to take this opportunity to praise the professionals at the Royal Oldham Hospital and the Oldham Community Diagnostic Centre for their incredible efficiency and commitment to caring for the people of our borough, as they have for me. This injury, suffered while participating in the Oldham Half Marathon, will, I hope, have resulted in the end of my running career. But don't worry, Mr. Mayor, I won't be seeking compensation from the council. I'd like to be the first to also say, no, I did not trip and fall down a pothole, a very serious hazard when running on the road network in this borough. On that fateful day, however, the half marathon was ably staffed by ambulance crews and first aid teams from St John's Ambulance, who provided a vital service and ensured the safety and wellness of the hundreds of runners enjoying the event, and of course those of us enjoying it a little less. St John's Ambulance provides support to many community events in the borough, including in my ward the likes of the Saddleworth Show, which Mr Mayor, yourself and Councillor Shah enjoyed attending this summer. All those who attend these events can do so with the assurance that the life-saving skills of St John's Ambulance are there should they be needed. We all witnessed the strength and resilience of our communities during the pandemic. However, countless individuals continue to face their own health emergencies every day, whether it's falling at home or having unforeseen medical complications. St John's Ambulance have successfully trained 16,120 people in Greater Manchester in some of those aforementioned life-saving first aid skills, including, but not limited to, cardiopulmonary resuscitation, treating severe bleeding and catastrophic hemorrhages, and treating somebody who is choking. We are all aware today too of the need to have increasing access to defibrillators in our communities, and St John's Ambulance can train people to use these too. To me, the most important part of this motion is promoting the free training they offer, though in my opinion this council should do everything it can to promote and support the services
You're getting back from the headmaster at the end of
Please carry on.
I must be...
Just give him some lines.
Councillor Wood, please continue.
Sorry, the final line was, in my opinion, this council should do everything it can to promote and support the services of St John's Ambulance in the borough of Oldham and beyond. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lancaster.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I am proud to be seconding this community first aid motion. Unlike Councillor Woodvine, and thankfully for myself, I cannot tell the same tales about broken bones. But nonetheless, I do share his same support for St John's Ambulance, their charitable purpose, and the great value of their volunteers. I'm sure we may all recall receiving first aid training at some point in the past, be that in our school days or through a mandatory course at work. But equally, we may reflect that we did not make the most of that training, and we regret that we do not today remember the important information shared with us then. Through approving this motion, namely its primary resolution, I hope that Oldham Council can place a firm focus on first aid training, particularly with young people, but across all generations, and the life-saving difference it makes each and every day. We often debate and disagree in the Chamber about how the local authority ought to spend money, but the training delivered by St John's Ambulance is free. All we need to do now is use our public platform to promote participation, and hopefully uptake of first aid training can become a bold achievement for our borough. The motion states that communities have a vital role in the chain of survival, and let us take the lead locally. During health emergencies, voluntary organisations demonstrate their tremendous worth to society at large, and there is no better example of this than our country's collective experience of the coronavirus pandemic. Volunteers stepped forward to serve the nation in the biggest peacetime deployment in a century and a half, giving 1.7 million hours in local communities, a sum total which is challenging for us to comprehend even now. However, this only highlights further that we need to consider how best we can encourage volunteering, support existing volunteers, and utilise their powerful potential to do good, working alongside local and national government and health bodies. The resolutions constitute tangible actions in realising that ambition, and I hope that elected members can make a strong statement of support tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm very limited with the time. I'll take Councillor Taylor and one more speaker, Councillor Marlin, that's it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Woodvine and Councillor Lancaster for bringing forward this important and very worthwhile motion. On behalf of the Labour Group, we would like to join you in expressing our thanks and praise for the excellent work of the people who volunteer for St John Ambulance and the importance of the service that they provide. As you have already referenced, they have a long and proud history, and they've actually been around longer than our National Health Service. And as you rightly said, they were absolutely invaluable during the COVID-19 outbreak in supporting the vaccination programme. But for the last 2 years, for the last 2 Christmases actually, St John Ambulance has run the Ask Me campaign, which are real-life stories that highlight the impact that St John volunteers make to people's lives on a day-to-day basis. And interestingly, last year, the charity focused on sharing a cardiac arrest survival story from somebody who ran the Reading Half Marathon. Now, I was thinking, Councillor Woodvine, perhaps, not too presumptuous, you might make the website this year if you want to share your story with them. But as we all know, obviously, St John Ambulance are dedicated to the teaching and practice of medical first aid and the provision of ambulance service through volunteer units which are rooted in our local communities. But I want to finish on some of their more recent but probably lesser well-known initiatives, because they also do a fantastic job in offering healthcare support to the homeless and vulnerable housed communities, as well as supporting and celebrating organ donors' families, which I think is a really wonderful and laudable initiative. I think we can all be incredibly proud of the volunteers and young cadets and their association with St John Ambulance and the remarkable first aid training that they receive. I think we would all agree there is much to celebrate in their work, and that is why we are supporting the motion and are happy to lend our support. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. On behalf of the Liberal Democrat Group, I would like to support this motion, as it is very important that we empower our communities to engage on first aid matters. We is quite a broad brush, so specifically I believe this should involve all councillors, officers, to really engage with community groups, local businesses, schools and residents to seek their participation. As many of my fellow councillors know, in the past 18 months, I've been actively involved in a community first aid project to specifically increase the number of defibrillators in my ward, and this work has resulted in 7 additional defibs, which are now available for use in the community. My colleague, Councillor Harkness, was a fundamental participant in the campaign with local residents in 2017 called A Defibrillator for Every Village. This project was to give residents in Saddleworth access to a defibrillator within their community, and this resulted in 12 units being installed. Both these projects have been led and driven to fruition by councillors with the support of district teams and external funding. Early intervention for any first aid matter, but particularly CPR, is crucial, as only 1 in 10 patients survive an out-of-hospital cardiac episode, and anyone can assist by using a defibrillator or by giving CPR. A very recent example of this early intervention was where a defibrillator that I had got installed over the summer period was then only used a few weeks later. This resulted in a local resident being revived by community members who stepped in when they recognised the signs, and this had been before the ambulance had arrived. This type of community intervention is vital, as sadly our NHS is at breaking point. Ambulance response times are worrying, there are bed shortages, and the recruitment of nursing staff is in decline. However, by having more trained community first aiders, as well as residents having a greater awareness of basic first aid techniques, this could be a fundamental addition to the work that the North West Ambulance Service and St John Ambulance provides. I would like to ask that this motion is supported and passed without amendment. However, just for the record, for my colleagues, it is St John Ambulance, not St John's. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you very much. I will have to move to vote. Councillor Woodvine, do you wish to reply? You don't have to. No. Seems like everyone is agreeing with you.
Mr Mayor, I'd just like to thank the Labour and Liberal Democrat groups for their sincere support. Thank you.
I'm sure Russ will support you too. It's just that you don't have opportunity to speak. Does Council agree the motion? Those in favour? Those against? Against? No? Abstentions? So my sixth sense was right, Councillor Woodman. They all supported you. Well done. Thank you. And wish you all full recovery and next marathon. Right, we have 3 to 5 minutes for the next motion. Right? I call on Councillor Reyes to move and Councillor Hinton.
Can I make a point of explanation, please, before this next motion?
Sure.
This motion has gone at the last full council. I submitted an amendment to it, so I just wanted to basically take the opportunity to acknowledge that and thank Councillor Rea and Girls for Independence for incorporating my amendment into motion. That's it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Reyes move and Councillor Hinton to second the motion.
We're all very aware, unfortunately, of CSE and grooming in the borough, which previously has been acknowledged by the leader. And this motion is being brought forward with the intentions to empower the young people of our borough as a result of a discussion that we had at the CSE steering group meeting. We want this motion to give the tools to the young people to recognise the signs of grooming in CSE. And as we all know, knowledge is power, and we want to embed a culture within our young people to look out for each other and know where to turn should they see these signs. We have the multi-agency safeguarding hub, and this is the end result after the exploitation has already taken place with the victim. And we want to approach our youth before MASH are even needed. We want this motion to give our children this grounding and understanding of what is unacceptable. Grooming doesn't start in a horrible way. It starts with some of these young people thinking that they're in loving relationships, and we believe this is the right age group to be targeting them to educate on what are healthy boundaries and what they should be aware of. And we hope you can support the motion.
Thank you very much. Councillor Hinton to second.
Thank you. I'm seconding this motion first and foremost because I'm a father before I'm a councillor. And as a parent, you'd like to think your children are educated on this subject, being able to recognise when they're under threat. This motion is a step forward to achieve that. So I urge you to vote with your head and your heart, and not as your party instructs you to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I don't have a time to take speakers. I'm going to move to amendment. You don't have time to speak on amendment. You can just formally move and second it. Councillor Mushtaq.
So I just want...
okay, well, 30 seconds.
Well, I'm moving it, the amendment. The essence of the amendment is exactly the same. It's just to highlight that we've changed words like commit to continue to, because like Councillor Reyes said, knowledge is power, and she should know, because she sits on the cross-party steering group, the amount of work that's going on, and the fact that 3,000 children have been trained, all staff in schools, etc., have been trained. So it's work that we will continue to do rather than start the work, because it's already happening. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ali, do you want to formally second it?
Yes, yeah, I'd like to. Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to formally second it, and just to say that, you know, we are at present, we do work together with the schools, both the primary and secondary, in partnership with Greater Manchester Police through several forums. You know, we have come up with strategies that can raise awareness on the signs of exploitation and grooming. So thank you.
Councillor Reyes, do you wish to reply?
Yes, please. I'd just like to ask Councillor where the YAV used the word continue, if they could explain what work it is that's been doing, because I'm not aware of anything that is specifically targeting CSE and grooming and awareness around that and the signs of it. So where is this work continuing?
Does Councillor Mushtaq wish to reply yet?
Yeah, like I said, I'm seconding the cross-party steering group meeting. I wasn't in those meetings, but from reading the report, the 4 meetings that have taken place, it's clear that the work is going on. And like I said, 3,000 students. I spoke about the White Ribbon event that took place. There's lots of work going on. There's more to do, don't get me wrong, but she should know because she sits on that steering group. I don't even sit on it. I read the report and know that work is going on.
It needs
so,
to be more specific. It's not around grooming.
Well, yeah. It is around grooming, but actually it needs to... So the White Ribbon stuff, for example, talks about relationships, talks about coercion, talks about control. So that's where these things begin. And I think by focusing on just grooming, you're actually detracting from the root cause of the problem.
Thank you very much. I will have to move to the vote. Does Councillor agree the amendment? Those in favour?
Mr Mayor, need a clarification on the amendment that's before us before you take the vote, please.
Go on.
In the amendment, the very last bullet point in the motion is not deleted, but then isn't included in the motion as amended. So because it's not deleted, I'm assuming the last bullet point in the motion is included and is not part of the amendment. And I'm just checked, it's the same, that's what was circulated to us on the 12th of December by Constitutional Services after we left. So the last bullet point of the motion has not been deleted in the amendment, yet as seems to be omitted in the motion as amended. And that can't be right. So if it's not being deleted, the last bullet point, and I can understand why it's just been overlooked, but should be included in the motion, whether the amendment gets passed or not.
Can I make a point of explanation there?
Yeah.
So Councillor Sykes is right, it was an oversight, and I believe we are okay with leaving that amendment, part of the amendment in, because that is something we're doing at this meeting today, is delivering the minutes of that steering group. Is that correct?
Okay, I think it explains everything.
Mr. Mayor. Sorry, can I finish mine, please?
Oh, sorry, go on, Howard.
I'm happy to other. So the last bullet point, the minutes of the steering committee quarterly reports and publicising them, stands in the motion and is not part of this amendment because it's not in the amendment to delete it. Therefore, it must still stand. I am right, aren't I? So if you don't want it in it, because you've not failed to put it in your amendment, you're going to have to vote against the motion, whether it's amended or not.
So, what we will be voting on is amended motion as is printed. So it's for members to decide whether they want to vote or not. But I think what we're voting on is the amended motion as is printed.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just
sorry, can I it makes sense. Sorry, the motion as printed is in the green book. The amendment isn't. The amendment doesn't delete that paragraph. And I'm just the last one.
Mr. Mayor,
so I'm just checking. Is that correct before we vote on this amendment?
after checking with the group, we're Labour Party happy to keep that bullet point in our amendment. As stated in the Green Book, that's the last bullet point.
So, do you want to read that the last bullet point, and if the council agrees to include, we will include that.
You can't do
Read out that last
chaos.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
The proceeding is written, Mr. Mayor. We'll vote as it is written in the amendment. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there's a point of order. Mr. Mayor, if this amendment isn't correct, or it's correct, we can't have this ad hoc discussion now. It should either be put in correctly or it shouldn't have been. And either the amendment's withdrawn and they vote against it, or we push forward with the motion as unamended, because this is unconstitutional what's going on.
Which bit is unconstitutional, Councillor?
Mr. Mayor, you can't be having this ad hoc discussion.
I tell you what is unconstitutional. You standing up without invitation to speak, that's unconstitutional.
I raised the point of order.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor, if we could just...
Administration, can you clarify which bit you are including and which are different?
Mr. Mayor, can we vote as printed in the Green Book? Thank you.
So can you vote as printed on Green Book?
Our amendment, vote as printed in the Green Book.
It's not in the. This is crazy.
Mr Mayor, if this was a smaller party, you'd be throwing this amendment out. Correct. The Labour administration have got enough people to put things right.
Amendment is being circulated. Sorry, one second, please.
What Luke is saying is that the amendment which was circulated to all the members around the chamber is the amendment
that we're voting on.
The council to
Absolutely.
vote upon.
Absolutely, it's that simple. So the amendment that's been posted and that is in front of everybody, the amendment that is printed in front of everybody for the last and final time is what we're voting on. That's not constitutionally correct. It's not ad hoc and it's not made up. It's that simple.
Has everyone got this amendment which was printed and circulated? Yes? No, sorry, the question is, have you got this printed amendment?
Yes, we have, Mr Mayor, but it omits the last bullet point of the motion.
So administration is saying,
because that's how we want it.
So administration is saying that's how we want it, so we're voting on this. No, that's not. Well, that's what they're saying to me, to be honest. It's not for me to decide what they want. That's what they're saying.
Can we?
Yeah.
So is the amendment...
Right, I'm taking the vote on the amendment which is being circulated as...
Mr Mayor, seeing as it's an independent motion, is that amendment written correctly or not? Because it looked like a rewrite in the first place. Correct. So if they put an amendment in that is wrong, then that amendment should be thrown out.
So this amendment...
How is it amended then?
I don't know what...
How is it? Mr Mayor? Mr Mayor?
Sorry, just 1 second, please. Amendment put in by administration. I don't care what they written right or wrong. You got this circulated version. No more discussion. I'm taking vote on this amendment. Are you voting for this amendment? All those in favour, please raise your hand.
Hold on.
No, I'm not holding. I'm sorry. You're not going to tell me to hold on. I've just taken the vote. Are you voting on amendment? Yes or no?
This is shocking.
As circulated. All those in favour? Against? Any abstentions? Amendment carried.
One executive fiat.
Correct.
Sorry, say again.
So one executive fiat.
What do you mean, sorry? Would you like to explain yourself? What is a constitutional place? Would you stand up and explain me, please? I'm asking you to please explain me your words or withdraw your words.
I'll defer to my
No. I'm speaking to you. Either you withdraw your words or explain me, please.
You know it's bad when everyone's against it.
It's an executive fiat when the circulated page and then what's been told to us is then admitted and it's wrong. But there you go, an executive fiat.
No, it's not exactly fiat. I've been told that we want to the board as amended. It's not my decision. And we need to be mindful of the language we use, please.
This is shocking. Not in a council like this. It's not something else.
You do expect higher standards from the members of this chamber, to be honest with you. You can't blame public if the councillors, respected councillors, speak like this.
Oh.
It's not all. There are noble principles that should be followed in this chamber at least.
With respect, Mr Mayor, it seems you're going to go along with it.
Yeah.
The motion as amended. Are you leaving the chamber?
I am, yes.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. Motion as amended. All those in favour? All those against? Any abstentions?
What's the point of voting? What's the
Motion carried.
This is crazy.
Motion as amended.
Sorry, I do apologise.
No, that's all right, don't worry.
So what we get is, we get the amendment that is intended, and then the finished amendment. So two things are printed in the circulated amendment. One doesn't remove a bullet point, and one it's not there. So So I don't understand, when you say you voted for the amendment as printed, two different things are printed, and I don't understand which we got and which we voted for.
So can I offer an explanation?
Is it the
Let me ask, there was an explanation, but it was difficult for all of you to understand. So what we had was an amendment that shows the workings out. So it didn't, an amendment showed all the workings out, the crisscrosses and the crosses, and then an amendment to read, to vote on, and debate and vote on. And there was a difference there. We asked very clearly, the amendment as read, as printed and circulated to everybody is what was intended and what you were asked to vote on. That was repeated a few times. So you've debated this and you've voted on this, and that is absolutely correct. Okay?
Point of order, we haven't debated.
You debated that amendment and you voted on the amendment.
So point of order, Mr Mayor, it's been made clear by Constitutional Services that any amendments that are submitted have to be in a specific order and a way. The fact that this amendment was not presented correctly and has resulted in confusion, not just from my group, not just from the independent group, not just from the other independent group. I'm not Mr Councillor Sharp, not interrupting you. All Liberal Democrats.
The Forest solicitor has clarified the position.
Can we have some discipline here?
Because you don't like it.
We're turning this chamber into a fish market. Anyone who wants to stand up, stand up. Maybe you don't need a chair and I can leave and you can carry on with the meeting. For God's sake, please have some discipline. We can take the turn and speak. No, I'm being very fair. I don't deserve these comments which you're constantly passing on. All I'm trying to do is to do my job. We voted on this motion, voted on this amendment. First I've been here, secondly.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I don't want to get into any more argument. I just want to say that I'm disappointed because this is an independent motion that was put forward. It's for the right reasons, and I'm quite sure, with all due respect to you, Mr Mayor, if this thing by the Labour administration, this mistake, was done by a smaller party, we'd have had it thrown out. And that's where we feel now. That because we're a smaller party, this has been allowed to go right above our heads, and it's wrong. That's how I feel, with all respect to your
Mr Mayor, point of order, please. Just please, 1 second. So the point of order is this. If there is an alleged confusion in the room, what we've said to make matters really simple is the print that you have in front of you, amended, is what we've just discussed, and that's what we're voting on. That is really simple, and what I'm not going to allow is what has become a common theme from certain members from this chamber is to misrepresent what's been said. So for the sake of the mischief makers in the room, I will say again, the amendment that we have discussed is what we're voting on. It's right in front of you, it's in black and white, and if people can't accept what they've read then and voted on, it's right in front of them, so it's there. So there's nothing that's there for confusion.
As big as this can't get it right, there's something wrong.
It's, we're voting on something that we've written. So
Right, I think we have voted on this, and I'm not going to take any more speakers. Can I just explain? I don't care smaller party or larger party. I tried to be as fair as I could. They said to me, it's as printed, we want to vote on that, and that's all it is, and it's been circulated. Anyway, move on to the next item.
We can put an amendment.
Item 12, child sexual exploitation, elected members steering group annual report. I call on Councillor Sharp to move and Councillor Mushtaq to second the report.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So this is an important update on the work of this vital cross-party steering group, and I want to start by thanking the steering group's current members for their attendance, for the attention that they give to the issues raised and discussed at those meetings, and for the input into what is one of the most important areas of work that the Council undertakes. The group was established in November 2022 to ensure there was absolute transparency about our response to the Independent Assurance Review published in June 2022, that there was cross-party input into the responses we committed to as a council, and also that there was oversight and scrutiny around the response from Greater Manchester Police on Operation Sherwood and wider investigations into sexual exploitation. By no means has the work of this group or the ongoing improvement work of this council around CSE finished. We need to remain vigilant on the issues of grooming and sexual abuse, how we can prevent it, how we can tackle it and bring perpetrators to justice, and on how we support survivors of this abuse. The annual report before you provides an overview of the items discussed since November 2022. It ranges from updates from charities and support groups that we are working with, Greater Manchester Police updates on ongoing and completed investigations, and our work to develop an Oldham Survivors Charter. The time we dedicate to this issue allows us to understand the scale of the challenge faced by social care, by the police and by charities and the voluntary sector in tackling this vicious crime. It has also provided valuable feedback to shape awareness campaigns for parents and young people in order to prevent future victims. Other members of the group may wish to speak to their experiences of the group, especially as I was not a member during the first half of 2022-23, but from my own perspective, the element I have found most valuable and most compelling have been the first-person accounts, the lived experiences of survivors of sexual abuse. While the updates on practice in social care and policing are important, the input of those women really ensures this issue doesn't leave our consciences, that we understand the life-changing consequences of these crimes. As a council, we are honoured to work alongside victims and survivors charities who do so much to support these women, to give them a voice and to support them as they bravely seek justice or they seek support to recover. I'd like to thank Keeping Our Girls Safe specifically for the work they do to support local women, to empower them to seek justice, and to ensure that their voices are heard as we review the way we work and in new policies we develop. As well as reflecting on the annual report itself, the covering paper before you proposes two key changes to the group's terms of reference. The first is to ensure that all formal council groups be represented on the group moving forward, and the second, to ensure that where the role exists, one of the group representatives be the member responsible for children and young people services, while the other be the group leader. I think if we are to ensure this issue remains a shared priority, we must give it the attention and the input it deserves from across all of our political groups. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mushtaq to second.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did make reference to this item in the last item, so I'll just second. Thank you.
Any member wishes to speak?
Hi. Very disappointed that the amendment I made to the last motion wasn't carried, because I think it's so important that we learn the mistakes that we've made in the past and make sure that we are communicating what we are doing on this issue to the general public. And the way you do that is by, you know, I don't understand why we're having an annual report. And once a year, it's just not enough. So the findings of the independent review into the handling of CSE cases identify many failings and plenty of room for improvement. And it's our responsibility to rigorously address those failings, drive improvements and ensure that we respond appropriately. Additionally, it's vital that we learn the lessons of the past, improve communications on the issue and seek to act with complete transparency so that all members and the wider public are kept updated and informed about future plans and any progress made via the publication of quarterly reports and minutes, with the obvious removal of any sensitive or confidential details. So I am really struggling to understand why that was, and I think it was a big error to remove that from the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be as brief as I can. Just just for clarification on the membership of the group, the way it reads, and I may be being a bit thick here, it won't be the first time, that the membership will be expanded to include representation from the independent groups, for want of a generic term, without...
Don't put us all together, Dave.
No, I mean without causing an offence to anybody. But does it change the membership from all groups, that the people who sit on it will now be the leader of the group plus that group's member with responsibility for children, young people? Is that the case?
Do you want me to come back now, or are you going to take more?
I'll take a few more questions.
Yeah.
Take a few more observations, and then
because at the moment, if we look at the Conservatives, the attendance is made up of the leader of the group and myself, or with substitutes as appropriate. Are you saying that in future the membership from the Conservatives would have to be the leader of the group plus the person with responsibility for children and young people? Is that the proposed change?
I'll ask Councillor Shah to respond to that.
So in regards to Councillor Arnott's question, yes, so that's the plan. So where they have a member with those responsibilities, yes, and then obviously the leader. And we are asking for that change to make sure that the right people are available to input, and that's one of the things that I certainly noticed this time.
Councillor Hamdani?
Yeah, with regards to that change of membership, partway through an administrative year, you're deciding who the right people are on behalf of other groups. And that does not seem to be a fair idea. I've put in I am the representative on the group as well as the leader, and I think I have a good amount of knowledge of this area, and that I can contribute to it, and that I should be able to be that member if our group deems it to be the correct person. And I think changing the terms of reference of the group partway through the administrative year for no obvious benefit does not seem to be the right approach. I also noticed that the terms of reference still continue on 4 meetings a year. We've not been able to get through the business of the meetings in time. I think once. We have regularly struggled to get through the business of the meeting in the time that we have. So I would also like to reflect on the fact that we originally proposed more meetings of the group. This continues on the same basis. I think we would get more out of the group if it was meeting on a more regular basis, and I would like the terms to reflect that.
Councillor Hinds, I will bring you back, Councillor Hinds.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to go on record that the independent group do not agree with this flawed steering group and should be supplemented with a full public inquiry into historic sex abuse. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Arnott, did you want to come back?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't want to keep people long. I just didn't get a chance to get back to my reply to Councillor Shah. I sit on the steering group, and the theme from the beginning has always been to bring lots and lots of people in from different backgrounds, different levels of expertise, different views on things, because it's not a committee. It's a steering group. It's a melting pot for ideas. So we've got police there, we've got social services there, we've got charities there, we've got old people, we've got young people, and the whole benefit, the whole unique part about it is that lots of people are chucking lots of ideas in and bouncing around the room, and that's what it was there for. And you're now taking that away and saying, no, we're going to formalise which councillors are going to sit on that group. It just doesn't seem. I agree completely, I think with you, Sam, that it should be down to each political group. The group leader makes sense, but they should then nominate who they want, because you're going to lose. You're losing stuff out of it. You're losing different opinions, different viewpoints. It's flawed. There's no need for it. No need for it at all. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Shah, do you want to have a final response?
Yeah, I'm a bit baffled, so I'm going to try to explain again and go through it point by point as I remember. So in terms of like Councillor Bishop's comment about sharing information, the frequency of the meetings, all discussions, all meetings, and obviously she did acknowledge that some meetings, that some things that are sensitive shouldn't be published, so I do appreciate and acknowledge that she said that. But a summary of those discussions is given to group leaders after every meeting for sharing with their group in confidence, so that no one's ever been told they can't do that. That's something that happens, and something that I, because I wasn't here for in my sabbatical year, I did. I know that that's something that I picked up when I came back. So a lot of what she said is shared, is confidential. So that summary is in lieu of the minutes. In response to Councillor Arnott's sort of question and Councillor Samuel Hamdani's question, is that what is set in stone and is that the leader of each group will be one of the attendees at that steering group. In terms of the cabinet member for children, now that's for the leader to decide who they want to give that to in that group. From my perspective, I found it really, really difficult, and in terms of some of the conversations that were had in that steering group, not to have the cabinet member for children's services and safeguarding there. Now, this isn't flawed. It makes perfect sense. That's what should be happening in that meeting. It doesn't take away from sharing ideas and everything, because actually that steering group is about listening to other support groups, GMP, our services, sharing best practice, having them discussions and debates. It doesn't take, this term of reference doesn't take away from that, and that's really important to acknowledge. So if Council Sheldon deemed it appropriate to have, for example, Councillor Arnott, and give him that responsibility and said, look, and you can attend, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying who should be there as an individual or a personality. I'm just saying that we have to have the member for children and safeguarding. Now, Councillor Samuel Hamdani might think, in his view, that he's the best person for that. Then, you know, that's for Councillor Sykes to decide whether that's the responsibility he's going to give to his shadow cabinet member. But actually, it has to be children and safeguarding, the person who has them responsibilities. This is really, really important. And it's not just for us to have a discussion in that meeting. It's for us to change the system and the services that we operate. I can't see how people think it's appropriate not to have the cabinet member with those portfolio responsibilities to take away that and make sure that them systems are changed, them support services are acknowledged, and we're improving our services all the time. That's the most important thing for that steering group. It's not about individual personalities, and there's nothing flawed about it. It's open, it's transparent, and it's taken very seriously. And for the members that attend, that they should be able to vouch that if they are being sincere in this, they will say that. And also, in this, the second thing that Councillor Samuel Hamdani mentioned that no meetings, we struggle to manage to do the meetings in time. That's not happened a single time I've attended them meetings. If anything, in some instances, we've sat there and had extra conversations, but every discussion, every topic item has been debated in full. So I'm really also, Mr. Mayor, I would want to bring to your attention that the people that have raised most issue with this, I've continuously talked through my sort of response. So if they do try to misrepresent what I've said, it is live streamed and it's really clear and it's in black and white. So we are asking for that change to be made to make sure that the right people are available to input. And I make no apology for saying that. It's important and we take it seriously. So thank you.
Right. At this stage, I need to notify you that we have exceeded the 15. So I'm going to take the vote on this report, and then we need to decide to the extent that take the vote on the rest of the report. So does Councillor agree with the report? This report. Okay. And now, rest of the report. Do you want to take a vote on those reports, or do you want to extend everything? Okay. The first one is political balance and committees with vice appointments as circulated. Does anyone wish to speak? Councillor agree report. Calendar of meetings.
Move.
Does Councillor agree with the recommendation? Update, item 15, update on actions from Council. I call the Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Mr. Mayor, we didn't formally move and second the political balance report.
Okay, I'll do it again then. Let's start again. Review of political balance and committees. Call to move and Councillor Sykes to second that.
Move, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, move, Mr. Mayor.
Third time lucky.
Constitutional bingo. I've never. It's massive move now, so I can agree to that. Found a bit there.
Are we still on?
What we agree on now?
Updates and actions from Council. Does let me finish the sentence first. We agree. Call on Councillor Shah to move and Councillor Sykes to second the report. Second, sir.
Move, Mr. Mayor.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Do you want to speak on that?
Yes, please. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We raised as an issue at the previous meeting of the council that there were a number of previous motions which hadn't been completed and weren't in the report. There are still omitted items. In particular, I noticed the Greater Manchester Pension Fund doesn't seem to have an item against it. We're still waiting for responses from the Greater Manchester Pension Fund. I know I'm still waiting for a response from the Greater Manchester Pension Fund. I know that it wasn't raised at the last meeting of the Greater Manchester Pension Fund, so this is still ongoing. It's not there. Please can we have a full report? Thank you.
Could you please ensure that we have a full report? Thank you. Does Council note the report? Item 16, Treasury Management Half-Year Review Report. Call on Councillor Dupart to move and Councillor Shaw to second the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I move the report, can I welcome our new Director of Finance, Sarah Johnston. This is her first council meeting.
I'm sure you will have a experience.
I'm happy to move the item 16, Treasury Management Half-Year Review Report 2024. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, and secondly, I hope she does return to the next full council meeting.
Any member wishes to speak? That's Council's recommendation. Number 17, Code of Conduct Amendment. Call on Councillor Harrison to move. Councillor Sykes to second the report.
Happy to move, Mr. Mayor.
Second, Mr. Mayor.
Does Council agree the recommendation? That concludes the business of the meeting. May I wish you a happy Christmas and happy New Year. Have a lovely time with your families.
Told you.